Thank you for joining us on this Friday morning. My name is Stephen Klaber. I am a Senior Regulatory Analyst in SED Wildfire Safety Enforcement Branch, and I will be your facilitator today. So far, this is the only scheduled day for the Fast Trip Unplanned Outages and Distribution Reliability Workshop. Today, the utilities and the joint parties will publicly present to the CPUC and other stakeholders regarding Fast Trip, unplanned outages, distribution reliability issues, and impacts on customers. This meeting will be recorded, and the commissioners, even if some are absent during portions of the presentation, will be reviewing the recordings. Reviewing the agenda, we will start with opening remarks from the dais. You will hear opening remarks from the attending CPUC commissioners and a brief introduction and background from myself. Our first presentation will be held by multiple members of the joint party. Our second presentation of the workshop will be conducted by Julian Ennis from Energy Division and Nathan Serena from Safety Enforcement Division. This presentation will include a broad CPUC regulatory overview of unplanned outages. Our third presentation will be held by PG&E and led by Mark Quinlan. Our fourth presentation will be held by SCE and led by Ray Figueri. SDG&E will be our last utility presentation and will be led by Jonathan Woldemariam. We'll take a 1-hour break around noon. When we return at 1 p.m., then the Public Advocate's Office will give us a 15-minute presentation. In an effort to stay on schedule with the agenda, I know we're a little bit behind with the sound issues. The CPUC will send additional questions not addressed during the question and answer period to the IOUs, and we'll send out the information in the future. That being said, I will hand it over to the commissioners for opening remarks. President Reynolds, would you like to kick us off?
Sure. Thank you, Stephen. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. Thank you for coming to today's workshop, and I will keep my remarks brief. I know we have a full agenda, but I did want to take a moment to recognize the very real and growing concerns that prompted the creation of this workshop. As background, in 2022, we received a filing from Pioneer Community Energy, Sonoma Clean Power Authority, East Bay Community Energy, Marin Clean Energy, and the Rural County Representatives of California, all of whom are parties in our de-energization rulemaking. And they asked us to consider implementing rules for the utilities' Fast Trip programs. These programs are designed to, of course, to reduce the risk of catastrophic wildfires by automatically de-energizing power lines when they're struck by foreign objects. And we all know that this is, of course, an effective way to deal with the extremely dry, extremely windy conditions and the potentially resulting climate change-driven fire infernos that we've been seeing recently. But we're also very, very focused on increasing reliability to our homes and businesses. Because as the parties pointed out, when the power goes out, regardless of the cause, there are real impacts to public health, safety, and welfare. So while focusing on reliability, though, we are also seeing climate change conditions get worse, not better. And as an example of this past Tuesday, as the rain subsided from the latest storm, the Bay Area recorded multiple gusts of wind. And I've heard the wind gusts were over 90 miles an hour. So trees toppled down, roads were blocked, and many power lines were knocked down. And we know that as we continue to fight climate change, we're also going to need to adapt to its impacts, many of which are coming stronger and more frequently than we anticipated. So we're having a part of this conversation here today at the workshop to provide a more fulsome and integrated re-examination of the Commission's rules and practices related to promoting safety and reliability in light of these newly emergent reliability challenges. We need to stay ahead of the impacts even as they're coming at us. I did want to extend my gratitude to all of those who helped organize this event. Staff in the Safety Enforcement and Policy Division have really done an extraordinary job in setting up the event today. That includes Director Forrest Kaiser, Stephen Kleiber, our moderator, Lana Tran, and Wendy Almudad. And then I also wanted to thank administrative law judges, Judge Regina DeAngelis and Judge Valerie Gal for their work on the workshop, as well as my advisor, Drew Hodel. So with that, I am very much looking forward to today's presentations, and I'll turn back to you, Stephen.
Commissioner Shromo, would you like to make any opening remarks?
Yes, thank you, Stephen, and good morning, everyone. Thank you, President Reynolds, for convening this workshop, and to Commission staff for organizing today's agenda. I want to thank all of the presenters, and I look forward to your presentations on challenges and solutions surrounding the cause of power outages, the utilities fast trip programs, the customer experience of the power outages, and balancing the reliability, safety, and health concerns impacting customers statewide. I look forward to the presentation and discussion. Thank you. Back to you, Steve.
Thank you for the opening remarks. I will now give a brief overview of the workshop purpose and background. President Reynolds kind of already touched on it, but the intention of this workshop is to gather and share information, as well as for the parties and IOUs to discuss fast trip, unplanned outages, and distribution reliability issues. Basically, the discussion will look at the cause of power outages, including outages related to PSPS, outages on circuits where fast trip settings are activated, and any other types of outages that are tracked by the utilities. After each presentation, commissioners and commission staff will pose questions to the presenters. Each IOU presentation will be about 25 minutes with a 10-minute question period. And again, public comment will be held at the end of today's agenda. Also, I just wanted to give the presenters a heads up that I will give you guys a 5-minute warning so we can kind of stay on time for today. Background. So how did we arrive here? On July 12th, the joint parties filed a motion requesting the Commission open an expedited track for the PSPS rulemaking 1812-005. The joint parties sought for the CPUC to review, evaluate, and regulate fast trip programs through the IOU territories to ensure consistency among the programs and reporting, cost tracking, operational guidelines for customer notifications, mitigation efforts, resiliency improvements, resource deployment, and communication with public safety partners. In response, on February 23rd, the assigned commissioner, President Alice Reynolds, made a ruling directing staff to conduct a workshop. This workshop will help us identify issues and questions that will help the Commission make decisions related to fast trip and the newly emergent reliability concern. Next slide. We've now reached the joint parties portion of the workshop. IT, can you display their presentation for us?
All right, so thank you very much to President Reynolds, Commissioner Shiroma, and the staff from the Safety Enforcement Division. Can you go to the next slide? So as a quick introduction, we view the fast trip outages as a major issue with significant and widespread customer impacts. We already covered the background. The joint parties filed a motion requesting the Commission open a dedicated proceeding or separate proceeding or phase of the de-energization rulemaking to review the reasonableness of the fast trip programs, to create robust mechanisms for the ongoing oversight of the programs, and to adopt rules governing the IOU's fast trip programs. And here I just want to emphasize that we are not dedicated or completely invested in the notion of a separate phase of the de-energization rulemaking. We recognize that there are a lot of different procedural venues where this could be, this issue could be resolved. But we do want to emphasize that while there's low-hanging fruit that can be addressed quickly through direct permission action, we do think that ultimately there is a need for a formal CPUC review in the context of a proceeding. These issues are very deep. There's a lot of evidence that needs to be looked at, and these programs haven't been reviewed formally in any dedicated context. Next slide. We also think that it's critically important that this regulation apply to all three of the large IOUs. We have a lot more data available for PG&E thanks to the monthly ETSS reporting requirement created by then President Batcher, I believe it was 2 years ago. But we know that both SCE and SDG&E operate their own fast trip programs, and those also have been implemented without formal program review and approval by the Commission. And at least from our perspective, there is very little information regarding SCE and SDG&E's programs available to the public. Next slide. I think you're muted.
Thank you. I want to provide some very basic and high-level information on the scope of the problem, but I first want to acknowledge what was previously mentioned by the PUC. We are very sensitive to and appreciate the wildfire risk reduction objectives and attributes of fast trip outages, but strongly believe that there have to be measurable improvements to reduce the probability of future outages, just as with PSPS outages. So here on this slide, you'll see the total number of unique customers experiencing EPSS outages in PG&E service territory, which are a portion of fast trip outages, 770,000 in 2022, with nearly 2,400 outages throughout the year. Although it's important to note most of those outages occurred in the April to October timeframe and not over the entire course of the year. But of equal import are the number of schools and number of hospitals, in addition to critical customers that were impacted because of the unique experiences they face when losing power. Next slide, please. So we had 574 circuits experience fast trip outages in 2022. PUC, if you could advance to the next slide, please. Thank you. 326 of those circuits experienced 3 or fewer outages. That's great. But 248 circuits experienced 4 or more outages, 88 of those with 8 or more outages, and you can see how many experienced multiple repeated outages over the course of just a few months. 4 circuits with 17 to 20 outages in 2022. Some of those experienced a similar number of outages in 2021. And I think it's also important to note 12 of these circuits experienced 6 or more outages within a single month. While it's been claimed that these outages last an average of about 3 hours, for many of these circuits, the real experiences are 12, 16, 20 plus hours. I think there have been some cases with nearly 2 days before power is restored. And these impacts are even more acute for lower income and disadvantaged Californians, and especially tribes. The Hoopa tribe in Humboldt County, I believe, experienced 10 outages last year, with some over 16 hours each. We have had meetings with PG&E. They indicate that they are going to take actions to reduce the number of customers that are impacted by each outage, and we're happy to see that. But I think they expect a year-over-year reduction in the number of outages on the order of about 2%, which means we're expecting to see well north of 2,000 outages this year, and that's deeply troubling for us. Next slide, please. So the impact, the frequency and duration challenges really can't be glossed over. They have dislocating impacts across the spectrum for residential customers in terms of spoilage, connectivity for learning, the ability to conduct basic functions at home. For businesses and local economies, they make it very difficult to run businesses, excuse me, especially in tourist-dependent seasonal economies, where if you have people traveling from several hours away to come and patronize your business, and you're not able to offer basic transactional operations, your economy and your customer base is going to crumble. Schools, thousands of outages. They disrupt the school day, parents' schedule, the parents' ability to work, to run local businesses, and earn a living. We appreciate some utility attempts to deploy backup generators to some schools, but often those are going to be diesel generators that we've experienced, and those aren't well suited for the sensitive receptors that we have in school settings. So we need to establish more reliability, especially in those settings. In hospitals, where, yes, they may have backup generators, but even with backup generators, you're limited in the number of procedures that you're able to actually conduct and the scope of your operations. And so life-saving procedures that may have been on the books for a month or two may have to be delayed because there's not adequate electricity to perform those operations. And we can't ignore the fact that the lack of reliability is impacting the state's broader efforts on decarbonization and electrification, both of the vehicle fleets and of hot water heaters, stoves, really everything else. And finally, want to highlight before I turn it over to Kirsten, we appreciate talks about mitigation measures and how to lessen the burden of each individual discrete action, but we really need to talk about risk reduction strategies. Because we need to see real, meaningful, measurable improvements in the number of outages and number of customers experiencing outages year over year. We recognize that PSPS microgrids weren't used to provide local resilience during EPSS or other weather-related outages. There may be some technological barriers to doing that, but we think there are a number of opportunities to find ways to provide real, durable resilience centers for various types of outages. And with that, I'll turn it over to Kirsten.
Thanks, John. Next slide, please. Thank you. I just want to explain how PG&E's Fast Start program has impacted Pioneer Community Energy territory and provide some additional data so you can see how these power outages have affected our residents and businesses and our community as a whole. Pioneer Community Energy represents cities within El Dorado and Placer County, as well as the unincorporated areas within those two counties. In 2022, El Dorado County had 108 separate outages. 53 of these events were the result of unknown reasons. Within El Dorado County, Apple Hill 2102 experienced 20 separate outages lasting over 160 hours. Placer County had 131 outages in 2022, and 48 of these were for unknown reasons. Shingle Springs 2109 had 14 separate outages, resulting in over 72 hours without power. Pioneer Service Territory had 239 outages in 2022, lasting 1,210 hours as a result of this PG&E Fast Trip experiment. The greatest cause of these outages is unknown. We had 15 outages in our territory that resulted in power outages at schools 57 times, and we also had an outage that resulted in the loss of power at a hospital. Next slide, please. Thank you. We have heard anecdotally from different customers that they have experienced that lasted well over one day. While PG&E couldn't corroborate this data, we did find that with additional research, that several different circuits experienced multiple separate outages within a relatively short time frame. For these customers, they may have been at work or asleep when the power came back on for a short period of time, but the overall effect is that these customers were without power for multiple days and unable to keep food in their refrigerator. Next slide, please. Thank you. Pioneer Community Energy recently had a meeting with PG&E regarding the FAST program. These slides are from their presentation. We were told by PG&E that customers do not mind having 1 to 2 power outages a year. And while that may be the case for most customers, it is unacceptable for schools, hospitals, and customers with medical conditions to have their power outage without any notice 1 to 2 times a year. In addition to that, Pioneer Territory had 1% of their customers experience 8 to 9 outages, and another 1% that experienced more than 10 outages. PG&E has discussed the possibility of generators for these incomes. However, Pioneer also has more than 20% or 1/5 of our customers that experience between 3 and 7 power outages during a year. This is well beyond the 1 to 2 outages that PG&E indicates customers do not mind, and too little for PG&E to address with generators. From a business perspective, they face specific challenges and problems with these repeated outages. Food establishments that depend on electrical power for refrigeration are especially impacted. Installing generators for most commercial refrigeration is prohibitively expensive. Non-food businesses have problems such as the loss of safety equipment, lighting, point-of-sale equipment, credit card machines, and internet. These fast trips are more likely to occur during the summer tourism season when these power outages result in the greatest loss of revenue. And finally, PG&E claims that since the implementation of the fast trip program, reportable ignitions have decreased. But there is no causal data to show that it is the fast trip program itself that is responsible for these reduced ignitions. PG&E uses a 3-year average before the fast trip program began, using 2018 to 2020 data against data from 2021 and 2022. This data is significantly skewed by including 2020 wildfire data, since that is the worst wildfire season in California's history. We need to know, are these decreases in ignitions statewide or only in PG&E territory? Is the decrease in ignitions due to forest management, weather changes, or a combination of these factors? Thank you. Next slide.
All right. So I'm speaking for Sonoma Clean Power. Discussing the impact of on fast trip outages on Sonoma's customers and communities, we can definitely see that the number, scope, and duration of the EPSS events has increased dramatically, and EPSS has effectively replaced the PSPS as the main cause of outages in SCP's territory. We've seen 10 circuit protection zones affecting a collective 2,800 customers, experiencing more than 1,000 minutes of EPSS outage in 2022. And these impacted areas don't correlate with the historic PSPS impacts. It's a different area, and that makes it really hard for customers to plan for reliability issues when those that were affected by PSPS aren't necessarily the same that are getting hit by EPSS, and vice versa. And vulnerable customers find themselves immediately unable to use necessary medical devices. And I'd emphasize that that includes life support customers that rely on medical devices to sustain life. And as you saw in the previous slide, a large number of those customers have been affected. Next slide.
Thank you, David. And I'll be covering some of the impacts of these outages in MCE service area, in particular uplifting some of the feedback and stories that we've heard from our cities and local communities. Both Marin and Napa counties have seen pockets with repeated outages, like my colleagues have also stated their service areas have experienced. I highlight here the example of sub-circuits in Silverado community. We have Silverado 2105 outages in 2022, averaging a total time of 4.6 hours. Silverado 2104 with their outages in 2022, averaging 10 hours on average. And Silverado 2102, 13 outages with an average outage time of 7.2 hours. So you can see there are extended outages that really disrupt life in these communities. These are also often communities with cell reception, and when there is an outage, reception usually gets out with the outage. So you have isolated communities that lack both cell and landline service, which can be pretty disastrous, especially when outages are happening during extreme weather events. And this is difficult for residents to plan for, and often hits residents with access and functional needs hardest. And what we've heard from our communities is because a lot of stress and anxiety. People can't plan their lives, and especially lose a real safety threat. Next slide, please. So what we've heard from specific cities in our service area and communities is, first, these outages prevent or interrupt customers from using necessary medical devices. For example, folks who rely on CPAP devices won't be able to sleep through the night whenever there is an EPSS outage. These outages also bring down elevators in multi-level buildings, going back to the impacts to customers with in their home. folks fall through as loss of food during extended outages. And in geographically isolated cities like, for example, Fairfax, Houston, and honestly, this really impacts businesses. Both home-based and downtown businesses have had to close down through the day whenever they lost power. And then finally, we've also heard from the city of Fairfax they've actually canceled public meetings due to PSS outages because some of their key government buildings don't have any kind of backup generation. Thank you.
And next slide. So local support for residents during power outages is an important issue for Sonoma. These outages thrust local governments into a triage mode, and the local government's role here is similar to the role in responding to a fire caused by utility infrastructure or another natural or human-caused disaster. While the local governments can work to mitigate the pain and suffering caused by the event, their role is inherently reactive. And they can't address the root of the problem. They don't operate the infrastructure or deploy the PSPS and EPSS events. Next slide. So our local government partners have provided us with a list of specific local support measures that have been provided by local governments. I won't read them all, but keep this slide for reference. Next slide. And it's critical to point out that the costs of this support are created by the IOUs, but they're externalized and they're borne by the local governments. Also, the effectiveness of the local government responses can be limited by the unpredictable nature of fast trip. Without prior notice, it's hard to have a timely and efficient response. And finally, the effectiveness of local government response is being hampered by the lack of outage data sharing. There is not a robust information sharing mechanism that local governments can use to access real-time information regarding outages, historical information regarding outages, or planning information showing which circuits are going to be triggered by EPSS. And next slide.
All right, so I do want to highlight these outages really do tax a lot of local resources by having to divert emergency personnel to perform in-home checks on local residents. We field large volumes of inquiries and complaints from our citizens and constituents. Often we're unable to respond effectively to them, and hearing from the citizen is oftentimes the first that we hear of an outage. So hopefully things are changing in that respect. We do welcome additional IOU support for customers, both residential and commercial, during outages. But again, I'll restate, mitigation actions alone really miss the mark. What customers need is certainty that IOUs will take the actions necessary to reduce the probability of future outages, whether through system hardening or other types of improvements. And as I mentioned earlier, we think there's an opportunity for IOUs to work with locals to identify specific resilience areas that can be easily stood up automatically when there is a fast trip outage in a certain area. Next slide, please. And so we would urge the PUC and IOUs to collaborate with local governments, CCAs, and others to help perform necessary building upgrades. There may be panel upgrades that are required before backup generators or other types of systems can be utilized. We think there are some systems and programs out there that could be useful for this. We had high hopes for the microgrid program. I won't say a lot about that now. I'm not sure whether it will reach the mark or not at the end of the day, but we think there are opportunities to focus some of the resources that remain across various programs on these customers who face the greatest risks of loss of power. Next slide, please.
So the Commission also asked us to look at the actions the IOUs can take to help locals support government customers before, during, and after power outages. Immediately, to Sonoma, it's really important that the IOUs identify the boundaries of their circuit protection zones in Sonoma's territory and provide a list of customer meters in each zone. That information would allow Sonoma to target potential infrastructure investments, mitigation measures, et cetera, to those areas that are likely to be hit by EPSS outages. Next slide. So more broadly, we've identified a list of other actions. So once an IOU takes action to reduce the line segment's ignition risk, so for instance, by reconductoring or by advanced vegetation management, the safety device's trigger settings should be either returned to normal for that circuit or at least reduced in sensitivity. That's critically important because right now our understanding of PG&E's program is that it's broad brush. The sensitivity is increased for an entire region. And we question whether an EPSS outage that occurs on a line that is safe and that has a very low wildfire risk, whether such an outage is reasonably necessary for public safety. We also think that the IOU should only implement fast trip settings during those times and for those segments for which there is an appreciable wildfire risk. A fast trip outage that occurs when there is no wildfire risk due to weather, for instance, if there's no wind and it's raining and damp, does not serve a meaningful safety purpose and is unreasonable. SCE and SDG&E should immediately begin submitting monthly reports using the same template as PG&E. The IOUs should immediately implement comprehensive fast trip data sharing with public safety partners, including local governments and CCAs. And the IOUs should collect and report data on fast trip outage impacts on customers and communities. And this is really important. This goes back to our concern about the critically medically vulnerable customers, the life support customers. We don't know whether a customer has died due to an EPSS or fast trip outage. I don't think the commission knows. I don't think the IOUs know. And I think that's a critically important piece of information to find out. Next page.
All right, so proposed actions. We think that some impacted residents and local governments really are feeling forgotten and abandoned by the utility. In July 2022, we requested the PUC to develop rules. Since that time, the number of outages that our residents experienced doubled from about 1,200 to about 2,400. Next slide, please. So we appreciate the PUC holding this workshop today to determine how to respond to fast trip outages and broader system reliability concerns, because we agree with the PUC that there are other situations where reliability is impacted and where we need to evaluate how to respond as a state to those situations. But simply speaking, our communities really can't have another year of fast trip outages like we had in 2022. So in addition to the rules that we've suggested, we strongly suggest that PUC establish really clear expectations for utilities to take actions to significantly reduce the probability of future fast trip outages. And we would suggest prioritizing work on those circuits with 4 or more outages in 2022. And next slide, please.
So in addition, we do think that it's important to open a dedicated proceeding, potentially application proceeding, or phase of the energization rulemaking to review and consider the reasonableness of each IOU's fast trip program. And that should include testimony and evidence where they present the specifics, including technical specifics of their programs. We think it's important to create the robust mechanisms for ongoing oversight, to adopt rules governing those programs, to ensure adequate mitigation of those fast trip outages, and to ensure adequate transparency and data sharing with public safety partners. And we also think there's low-hanging fruit here, that there is room for immediate commission action and immediate steps that can be taken, certainly prior to the next wildfire season, but hopefully sooner. And with that, I think that concludes our presentation. And thank you very much for the opportunity to present.
Thank you to the joint parties for presenting. We'll move on to questions. Energy Division, do you have any questions from the joint parties?
No questions from Energy Division.
Okay, on behalf of WSEB, I don't have any questions for the joint parties. ESRB, do you have any questions? Hearing none, I'll move on to SPD. SPD, do you have any questions for the joint parties?
No, thank you.
Hearing none, I'll move on to CAL FIRE. Not sure if they're still on the call. Do you have any questions?
No questions from CAL FIRE, thank you.
And then I'll poll the commissioners. Do you guys have any questions for the joint parties? Commissioner Shroma?
Not a question, just appreciate the presentation and hearing about the on-the-ground experience in your communities. I look forward to problem solving together. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. I now want to give the utilities the opportunity to interact with the joint parties directly. Let's start with PG&E. Do you have any questions directly for the joint parties? Okay, hearing none. SCE, do you have any questions for the joint parties? Hearing none. SDG&E, do you have any questions for the joint parties?
No questions for SDG&E.
Okay, great. All right, thank you to the joint parties again. We have now reached the CPUC portion of the workshop. IT, can you return to the main CPUC presentation deck? And I'll turn it over to Julian Ennis.
Great. Thank you, Stephen. And while we wait for the slides to come back up, good morning, commissioners, good morning, panelists, and good morning, stakeholders. My name is Julian Ennis. I am a utilities engineer with the Grid Resiliency and Microgrids team within CPUC's Energy Division. And today I'm going to be talking a little bit about regulatory context surrounding unplanned outages and EPSS outages. So the first topic I'd like to touch on is the general rate case process. In brief, the general rate case process is a process by which utilities request rate recovery for all expenditures, be it capital or operations and maintenance, and also set utility rates. Each general rate case process includes a large application where the utilities submit their cost forecasts for the next 4 years, and this is, like I said, a quadrennial process. To that end, each of the large investor-owned utilities do have dedicated sections within their GRCs for reliability and outage response, where capital expenditures, recloser installations, transformers, outage indicators, and other equipment of that ilk, as well as operation and maintenance expenditures, including installation labor, outage patrols, and things along those lines are tracked. Here you can see a few examples of where that does occur within the GRC if you're interested in looking at that further. In PG 2023 Test Year GRC, you can look to Exhibit PG 4, Chapter 13 for overhead and underground asset management reliability, as well as Chapter 4.6 covering programs related to enhanced power line safety settings. SDG&E Test Year 2024 GRC also has a section on reliability improvements as shown here. Next slide, please. So moving on, the next piece of the next process I'd like to talk about is the risk assessment and mitigation phase of the general rate case. The risk assessment and mitigation phase, otherwise known as RAMP, is a report that's filed ahead of the general rate case, and it focuses on the higher safety risks within the corporate risk register. The report itself calculates a baseline level of risk with current controls in effect, or current things that the utilities are doing to mitigate those risks, and also identifies new mitigations that are planned for proposal within the general rate case. Forecast and risks and efficiency of those new mitigations are expressed as cost benefits within the subsequent ramps. Next slide, please. Just as a brief overview of the RAMP process, PG&E's EPSS program is not mentioned within the 2020 RAMP as a risk or as a mitigation. whereas SCE's version of this program, which is known as FastCurve, does exist within their 2022 ramp as an existing control, as does SDG&E's sensitive relay profile settings, which are mentioned in the 2021 ramp as an existing control. Next slide, please. So now I will also provide more context on the Risk Spend Accountability Report, or the RSAR. Risk Spend Accountability Reports are annual reports submitted by the utilities that detail all spending related to ramp mitigations within a given year. For context, this requirement grew out of the Safety Model Assessment Proceeding, or SMAP, and was codified in a 2019 decision as shown here. As the purpose of the workshop, measures to mitigate unplanned outages, including preventative maintenance and device replacement and upgrade efforts, are included within these reports only insofar as they're presented within the ramp as mitigations. I provided a link within the presentation materials where more information and historical reports about the RSARs can be found. Next slide, please. And finally, the last piece of regulatory context I would like to talk about is the CPUC's required annual reliability reporting. The jurisdictional IOUs are required to report annually on unplanned outage frequency and duration on both system and division levels. These reports are available to the public, and the utilities are also required to provide more granular reliability information by request. And there are processes. If you follow the link within the slides that are detailed on that website that can allow you to access more of that reliability information. This was codified by the 2016 decision that's linked here. The report itself includes the system and division level metrics for frequency and duration, the top 1% of all worst performing circuits on the system, and how the utility plans to mitigate those, or plans to provide mitigations for those poor reliability on those circuits. Summary lists of major event days or large events that exceed a certain threshold, and historical outage information for those large outages. As a note, because fast-trip outages are by definition unplanned, they are included within the metrics reported by the utilities. However, because the reporting requirement was set up in 2016, before these programs generally existed, these types of outages are subsumed within the metrics, and there's no requirement for the utilities to report on them separately. Next slide, please. So seen within this slide is a little bit more context about this reliability reporting. This is the system. This is the frequency and duration metrics of each of the jurisdictional utilities as compared to the national average for those metrics. Any box you see in red is a place where a utility exceeds the national average for for any of these metrics. Next slide, please. And finally, this is a historical graph showing the last 10 years of PG&E's total yearly outage duration. As you can see with the blue line, that only includes outages that fall below the major event threshold. As you can see, it trends relatively flat. However, with the inclusion of major events, be that the large PSPS events, long duration EPSS events, you can see that the total outage duration per year is certainly on the rise over the past year, including 2019 with the large PSPS outages. With that concludes my presentation. And if we go to the next slide, I will turn it over to Nathan Serena from ESRB.
Good morning, all. My name is Nathan Serena. I'm a senior utilities engineer within electric safety and reliability, electric safety and reliability, contained within the Safety and Enforcement Division, works to ensure the reliability of the electric system by enforcing the Commission's general orders. I'll touch briefly on some of the various topics within the general orders. GO 95 establishes strength requirements for design, installation, and reconstruction of the overhead electric systems, and also contains requirements regarding minimum clearance, whether that be vertical, horizontal, radial, from other facilities or vegetation, or ground clearances from roadways, thoroughfares, or
Other elements. GO 128 details out requirements for design and construction of underground and pad-mounted systems. GO 165 lays out the minimum intervals and inspection programs that the utilities have to have in order to conduct controls or detailed inspections for rural or urban areas, and elements such as intrusive inspections for wood poles. If I could have the next slide, please. Another general order is General Order 166. It requires that the utilities have an emergency plan in compliance with its 14 standards. The overseeing of these requirements has been moved over to Safety Policy Division, but if there was a non-compliance, theoretically it would move back to SED for enforcement. Some examples include like Standard 5, which requires the utility to coordinate in a timely manner when it's enacting its emergency response plans, or Standard 6, which talks about notification to various government entities in the event of a major outage. There has been some discussions about redefining the threshold for a major outage. That's only ever been triggered by Bear Valley, a smaller IOU, once in 2017. We also covered substations under General Order 174. It details inspections and maintenance requirements, and also requires that the utilities report any updates or summaries of its inspection plan and their progress of their inspections. Next slide, please. So the mechanism by which electric safety and reliability enforces this is through compliance audit of the electric utilities transmission, distribution, and substations facilities, and investigation of electric incidents. During both of these activities, inspections and maintenance records can be reviewed, utility staff can be interviewed, and physical verification of facilities or assets are conducted in the field. In the event of a non-compliance, ESRB can require utilities to submit corrective action plans or use other types of enforcement, such as notices of violations, staff citations, or opening an order-instituted investigation. Also, newer mechanisms that have become available to us, such as administrative consent orders and the administrative enforcement orders. With that, and we have an example of an OII that occurred in 2017. With that, I'll turn it back over to the next presenter. Thank you.
Thank you, Jim and Nathan, for the regulatory overview. We will now turn it over to PG&E to present. IT, can you display the PG&E presentation, please? And just as a reminder, please, before you speak, state your name and organization.
Stephen, can I do a mic check real quick to make sure I'm coming through okay?
Yep, I can hear you well.
Very good. Okay, good morning, everybody. My name is Mark Quinlan. I'm the Vice President of Electric System Operations for PG&E. I am joined, if we can advance the slide, I'm joined by my colleagues Dave Canny and Dave Meyer, and together we will be presenting our materials today. Before I start, I want to thank President Reynolds and Commissioner Shiroma and the SED staff for putting this session together and for having us on. We're happy to be here. Our presentation here is going to cover the themes that about EPSS and how that program, Enhanced Power Line Safety Settings, is working. There's no question about that. They're significantly reducing the number of reportable ignitions in high fire risk areas, and our focus moving forward really is improving customer reliability and using the new technology to make EPSS even more effective. So can we advance the slide and talk a little bit about the customers, our service territory, the customers that we're privileged to serve? It's on the next slide, please. So this is our footprint. And it's important to note that PG&E's most important responsibility is the safety of our customers and communities. We are very proud and privileged to serve roughly 16 million people across a 70,000 square mile service territory. It should be noted that more than 50% of our service territory is in a high fire risk area. And as such, we're taking bold actions, a defense in depth strategy through asset improvements, undergrounding, system hardening, as well as operational tools like public safety power shutoff, enhanced power line safety settings to make it safer for those customers and communities that we're privileged to serve. Let's go to the next slide and look at how the climate has changed. We can see here that wildfire risk has evolved. This is just a quick plot from 2020 to current year. Wildfire risk has evolved, and so has our ability to mitigate it. We are incredibly happy to see as much rain as we've received so far this season. But even with that rain, you can see that drought and climate change are still continuing to drive wildfire risk. The big rains that we've experienced so far through, the first couple of months this year are encouraging, but we still have to maintain a guard against what could happen this summer and as we move into the fall. As we witness, the drought conditions worsen notably in 2021, that's when we piloted this innovative wildfire prevention tool called Enhanced Power Line Safety Settings. It was a pilot at that time. We found that the pilot worked very well. We had an incredible reduction in the number of ignitions. So that was very encouraging. And last year in 2022, we expanded the program to all of our circuits that exist in those fire danger areas. And, our focus this year is really to just continue to make improvements, a lot of improvements that Dave will get into in a moment, between the pilot year of 2021 and how we've moved into 2022. We expect additional improvements for this year. Next slide is going to cover our key wildfire safety objectives. As mentioned, through our community wildfire safety program, we're preventing wildfires by moving power lines underground, installing stronger poles, using new technologies like EPSS to prevent wildfires. And while safety is our top priority, we know that we have to do more to reduce customer impacts. We are very aware of the impacts power outages have on society, very sensitive to that, and we're doing everything we can to provide better resources to help customers have a plan at the beginning of the season or even storm season, prepare for the loss of power, and then have a number of different resources that can be deployed for assistance to make sure that folks are safe. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dave Canny to take us through the rest of the materials.
Thanks, Mark. And I want to echo your thanks to President Reynolds for the opportunity to cover our EPSS program today. If we could advance the slide a couple. I'm going to start by talking about what EPSS is. Then I'm going to cover in detail some of the successes that Mark referenced, contextualize some of the outage activity, talk about how we use data and a governance process to determine the criteria by which we enable and disable EPSS, and then talk in a little bit greater detail about EPSS outages relative to other unplanned outages, and close with a short discussion on how we patrol and restore. And then I'll hand it off to my colleague, Dave Meyer. Again, my name is Dave Canny, and I lead the Enhanced Power Line Safety Settings program at PG&E. This slide shows, in simplified form, how EPSS works. And there's a few key components, 3 key components to EPSS. It does include faster fault detection and operation of protective devices, such as are demonstrated on the slide. That's a diagram of what we refer to as a line recloser. It's a protective device that utilities across the country and the world use to provide protection on a distribution system. And what EPSS does is leverages the controller that's attached to that to provide additional protection, wildfire risk mitigation through the three items that are referenced on the right side of the slide. Faster fault detection when a fault is detected, such as this tree branch on the line here. And any fault on a distribution system can result in arcs or sparking, which can result in a wildfire. So faster tripping allows the device to turn off faster. It also provides less fault energy to that location, less risk of arcing and sparking. A couple of other key components, one of which is reducing or mitigating the opportunity for single phase operation. In traditional protection schemes, you have these line reclosers, and then you have taps off of that line. Those will be protected by fuses. And during the wintertime, what the benefit of the fuse is if a tree goes through that line and the fuses operate, just the customers on that fuse tap are impacted rather than the larger circuit protection zone that the line recloser protects. In the summer, the problem can be that if, for example, a tree comes through just one of those phases, and you either have 2 or 3 phases as are referenced here on the slide, and power can still be flowing through the others in that situation, even though a single fuse operates. The power can be backfed from a transformer into that fault condition, potentially creating both a wildfire risk and a potential public safety implication. And so we intentionally, when EPSS is enabled, reach past those fuses and prevent that single phase operation. And then lastly, we have higher impedance fault detection in place through sensitive ground fault detection. A high impedance fault is essentially a very low current fault where, for example, a tree is leaning on the line. It looks to traditional protection schemes a lot like load coming on, and so it's traditionally harder to detect without tripping. And sensitive ground fault detection and some of the technologies we're advancing allow us to do that successfully without tripping, again, on increases in load. Lastly, before we move to the next slide, and I'll talk about this in greater detail towards the end of my remarks, we then need to respond, patrol for hazards, isolate those hazards, repair in the case where we need to make a repair, and then restore customers. Let's go to the next slide. So as Mark referenced, EPSS has been extremely effective at mitigating ignitions. So last year we saw a nearly 70% reduction in ignitions when EPSS was enabled relative to the 2018 through 2023 year average. And that's notable, especially given that last year we saw nearly a third increase in the number of R3 plus days. That's a fire potential index score, and I'll go into a little bit greater detail in a moment. Suffice it to say, anything R3 and above is historically where larger catastrophic fires have occurred, and so we're very pleased with those results. As well as when we did have ignitions, they tended to be significantly smaller. Going back to my comments on reduced fault energy, so if there is an arc or a spark that's a smaller, those fires tended to be very, very small. We expanded protection to all high fire risk areas, as Mark mentioned, and that covered about 1.8 million customers in scope for the program in 2022. Let's go to the next slide. So we are keenly aware of and highly motivated to keep customers in service, recognize the impacts to the day-to-day lives of customers, incredibly important for us. I should also mention that improving reliability and reducing outages is also a wildfire mitigation benefit. As effective as EPSS is, any fault or outage has the potential to create a wildfire, and so we are doubly motivated to improve reliability where it has been less than satisfactory. Importantly, 58% of customers did not experience an outage at all. and another 26%, so a total of 84% of customers experienced 2 or fewer outages. Those smaller percentages of anywhere from 8 or more outages, that is too high and unacceptable to customers, to stakeholders, and it's unacceptable to us. And so we have been taking actions last year. We continue to take actions to improve reliability in those areas, and we're also expanding our customer support offerings, and Dave Meyer will cover that as well. Let's go to the next slide. So a few key and important stats. So Mark referenced the rollout of the EPSS as a pilot in 2021. We took a number of actions to reduce the average duration of outages, which in 2021 was around 7 hours to less than 3 hours, greater than 50% reduction. We also impacted fewer customers, and we're going to continue to focus on not only reducing the number of outages, but strategically locating additional sectionalizing devices so that when an outage does occur, fewer customers are impacted. Significantly expanded the protection, both in terms of line miles and customers. So how did we do this? One of the things we started to do in 2021 was to engineer and design and install settings that allowed us to better coordinate those protective devices so that when an outage occurred, it impacted fewer customers and was a smaller area for our field personnel to patrol and restore. We also spent quite a bit of time in the off-season developing a circuit-by-circuit, day-by-day enablement and disablement process that allowed us to enable a circuit to protect when wildfire risk was higher, but then disable and return to normal settings throughout the season and throughout the summer, even in many cases when it was safe to do so. And I'll talk in the next couple of slides about how we went about doing that. We also refined our circuit controlling process, installed additional fault indicators, which are a simple device on the line that allows us to more quickly identify where a fault location is and allows for, in some cases, quicker restoration safely. And then we leveraged our regional service model in each of our 5 regions to, on a daily basis, review every single EPSS outage to ensure that we're meeting our key performance indicators relative to response time, the customer average interruption duration index, or CAIDI, the average outage duration, and our ETOR accuracy, that's estimated time of restoration. And that daily review of each outage allowed us to make real-time adjustments and more quickly make corrections in season. Next slide. We could spend a whole day on fire potential index. I won't belabor this slide too much, other than to say we have a very sophisticated and set of folks who are really excellent at both meteorology and fire science, continually improving our weather forecasting and allowing us to manage and mitigate risk effectively. Extensive multiple models, weather models per day, that allow us to understand and target EPSS specifically, but more broadly allow us to be prepared for winter storms, to respond to changing conditions on a daily basis. This weather model that we use leverages 2x2 kilometer pixels over the entirety of our service area, and the fire potential index model takes into account a number of factors, most notably weather, fuel moisture, topography, and fuel types, to allow us on a very granular basis understand wildfire risk, looking out 5 days and on a rolling basis. We then take that continuous scale of fire potential index and put it into 5 or really 6 categories: R1, lowest fire risk, to R5, which is the highest fire risk, and then R5 plus would be those conditions where we would consider executing a public safety power shutoff event. Let's go to the next slide. So I referenced how our meteorology and fire science team uses scientific analysis, billions of data points, to identify where wildfire risk is greatest and help inform the criteria, which on the next slide I'll spend a few moments go into detail on, would suggest that wildfire risk is elevated, and we need to enable EPSS on a circuit level. We then go to our Wildfire Risk Governance Steering Committee, who approves the criteria that will be implemented. And then on a daily basis, we leverage multiple weather models to forecast for the coming days which circuits need to be enabled or disabled. The control center goes through that process on a daily basis, both enabling and disabling, to ensure again that we have circuits postured to protect customers, to mitigate wildfire risk, and then when it's safe to do so, returning to those normal settings. We then look at real-time conditions, both within our service area and more broadly, to identify where changing conditions may indicate that we need to adjust those criteria, adapt, continuously improve, and then the cycle begins again. Let's go to the next slide. So I've referenced the criteria. The FPI there referenced R1 through R5 plus on the top of the slide. Traditionally or historically, fires of consequence from a size of fire and impact to customers, either life or property, those larger catastrophic fires have typically occurred in R3 or greater conditions. However, we've seen as recently as last year in lower wildfire risk conditions with the right set of criteria, notably high wind speed, low relative humidity, and low dead fuel moisture. That's the condition of the branches and logs and those kinds of things that are on the ground. In those collection of high wind, low relative humidity, low dead fuel moisture conditions, those conditions, even where typically wildfire risk is lower, we can see spread or potential for impacts. And so in limited circumstances, we may enable EPSS, again, when those conditions are present. And then we also have protection on what we refer to as the EPSS buffer area. These are non-high fire risk areas that are adjacent to high fire risk areas and generally characterized by what I refer to as fine flashy fuels or grasses. And during a high wind condition, very dry, a spark or an ignition in those locations could spread up into a high fire risk area. We enable much less frequently in those circumstances, typically during red flag warning conditions. Let's go to the next slide. So I do want to contextualize EPSS and talk a little bit about the different types of outages and some of the statistics we use to target our mitigation actions, and then talk a little bit about how we control outages, and then I'll turn it over to my colleague Dave Meyer. So on the next slide, great. So this is a pie chart and some tabular data that provides some context for EPSS outages relative to overall outages. So as you can see, last year EPSS outages were about 3.5% of the total. And you can see on the right side the different types of outage types. So I'll draw your attention to the bottom table. These are the unplanned outages. And a couple of things to note. One is that we saw slightly more or more animal-caused outages with EPSS, and animals can in fact cause outages that can lead to ignitions. This isn't just a squirrel running on a line, but this is where either an animal or bird can get across a couple of phases of conductor and potentially cause an outage and can potentially cause a fire. And so where we've seen those interactions, we've both taken steps to provide protection to equipment to minimize the likelihood of those outages, including things like covers on certain parts of equipment or spreading out conductors. And then we have seen more what's referred to as undetermined or unknown cause outages on a percentage basis with EPSS. Historically, we see about 35% of outages that are unknown. That doesn't mean there wasn't a fault condition. It just means by the time we respond and are able to look at inspect the equipment, at that point, whatever caused the fault, be it a branch or an animal or that kind of thing, may be gone. But that doesn't mean that there was not a fault or there was not a potential for ignition. Whether it's with EPSS or without, unknown cause outages are frustrating for customers. They're frustrating for us. If we don't know what caused the outage, then it makes it harder to mitigate it. But we've started taking some steps to better understand where those are occurring, where they're associated with either vegetation or animal known outages, which is most typically the two fault types, and take some steps in those cases where, again, to take some of those appropriate mitigation actions. Let's go to the next slide. So 4 different types of ways to look at reliability. MAFI, which is the Momentary Average Interruption Frequency Index. Momentary outages is an outage that lasts for 5 or fewer minutes. And so you see that the performance there is relatively flat, maybe slight decrease over the last 5 years. Customer Average Interruption Duration Index. This references the average amount of time a customer on an outage is out of power. This is an important way, an industry standard way to measure the average customer experience on an outage, because in many outages we step restore. We're able to identify a location, restore those customers, and then continue on. So it is an average, meaning that customers on one of these outages may have a shorter duration outage, and others may have a longer one, but it represents kind of, especially for larger outages, the best representation of the customer experience there. And then safety and SAIDI, these are system metrics. So in the case of safety, this references the average, the frequency an average customer on the system would experience, and then SAIDI is the average duration for each individual customer. You can see that those have been increasing steadily over time, and an increase in 2022. That we believe to be associated with the fact that outages on these circuits are larger. We haven't necessarily seen an increase in outages overall on a raw count basis, but given the way that EPSS works and provides that broader protection, more customers are impacted. And so 2 key ways to focus there. One is, again, first and foremost, mitigating the outage from occurring in the first place. The other is to install and sectionalize, again, the areas where we've seen more challenges with reliability, and we're taking steps on both of those fronts, both this year and going forward. Let's move on to the next slide, and I'll talk briefly about how we respond and restore to outages. This is a focus on EPSS, unplanned, but this is consistent with the approach that's taken to respond and restore most outages that occur on the system. First and foremost, once an outage occurs, we dispatch a PG&E resource, typically a troubleshooter, to respond within 60 minutes. And that's really important because when an EPSS device operates, we're in EPSS settings because wildfire risk is elevated. We want to make sure we have a resource on site as soon as possible to confirm no ignition. Our performance last year on that front was very strong. About 88% of the time met the 60-minute metric, and the average was 42 minutes. So importantly, get on site, get eyes on scene, ensure that there's no ignition. The additional benefit of having a resource on site quickly is being able to start the restoration process. If there's no known hazard, then the patrol starts and needs to patrol that entire zone to make sure that the equipment is in the right condition so that it can be re-energized safely. However, when we have fault indicators installed, we can leverage those to indicate where the fault is or isn't to reduce the patrol zone size and restore more quickly safely. Or if a call comes in along with the outage indicating that there's a car pole or other hazard, we can go to that location, isolate that, patrol back to the device that operated, again, both minimize the outage time and be able to restore safely. And then I'll just close by saying we are leveraging technology across a number of fronts. I touched on how our meteorology and fire science team use it. We also have a tool that we refer to as the grid data and analytics tool that we use to identify where fault locations might occur. We're using that for secondary patrols today. Those are patrols that happen after the fact, but we're looking at the opportunity to leverage that tool to provide some more real-time support to our field personnel to allow for more quick response, identification of faults, isolating of those faults, and restoring. So again, thank you for the time. Look forward to the questions, and I will turn it over to Dave Meyer to talk about customer communications and some of the resources and programs we have and are expanding.
Thanks, Dave. I want to confirm you can hear me. Can I get a thumbs up from our team? All right,
got it.
Thanks, Mark. Good morning. I'm Dave Meyer. I'm a senior manager with PG&E's Customer Emergency Planning and Operations team. We're responsible for outreach and support for public safety power shutoff and the enhanced power line safety settings programs to our customers. So let's jump to the next slide, and I'll start with overall outage notifications. So our ability to notify customers in advance of a power outage depends on the type of the outage. There are the two types that Dave referenced just a few slides ago. We have our planned outages, where we can provide advance notification because they're planned, and then unplanned outages where we can't notify customers in advance. So the different notification methods and the cadence of those notifications are here on the slide, both the advanced notifications for the different types of planned outages we have, as well as notifications during and after the outage. And aside from these direct-to-customer notifications, it's important for other key groups, key stakeholders to have access to some of this information at a higher level. So our public safety partners and some of our community-based organizations also have access to our secure, it's an online outage portal that provides circuit data and information on power outages that are occurring on lines protected by EPSS safety settings. We have dedicated local government affairs and tribal government representatives who also engage directly with their counterparts to supplement that information that's on the portal, answer questions, and provide additional context where that's needed. And we continue to meet with the Commission on a regular basis to discuss the program, the outage information from the last month, and we provide an annual reliability report. Let's move to the next slide for an overview of the restoration process. So for any outage, our goal is to restore power as quickly as possible while maintaining the safety of our crews and the safety of the customers and communities we serve. So restoring power after a PSPS outage, or really any unplanned outage, requires the patrol that Dave was mentioning that's done either on the ground or in the air and typically done during daylight hours for safety. When these unplanned outages occur on EPSS protected lines, remembering that EPSS protection is a subset of those unplanned outages, we're able to use fault detectors and fault indicators and line sensors to identify hazard locations or areas where there might be damage more quickly. Helps our crews really pinpoint where that damage or fault may have occurred, which helps us potentially reduce the length of the outage. But if we can get to the fault location more quickly, we can identify it, make it safe, and restore power more quickly for our customers. So once that damage is located, we make our repairs and restore power. On the next slide, please, we're going to talk about our outage review process. Improving reliability and the overall customer experience, that's what 2023 and really beyond 23 is all about for us. Our electric outage review process has been in place for several years. It helps us look into outages system-wide on a daily basis and identify which circuits might be impacting customer reliability more than others. What are the causes? What are we going to do about it? On the right side of the screen here shows how we built on that outage review process framework and created the multi-outage review for EPSS, or what we call the MORE process. This is the enhanced focus and the structure of that team related to the MORE process allows us to quickly identify outage trends and those communities where we need to concentrate our efforts. Helps us dig into the outage causes more quickly, and then find solutions that we can put in place to improve reliability. And then importantly, there's a function of that process that includes our focus on circling back with customers, share our findings, and help them understand the efforts we're taking to improve reliability at their homes and businesses. Okay, let's go to the next one that's going to shift focus a little bit from communications to support programs. Let's go one more slide. So we have resources available to help our customers prepare for power outages and also stay safe when the outages occur. So for backup power solutions, that includes free offerings like our portable battery program, rebate programs, and permanent solutions as well. And we have additional support available for customers who may have access and functional needs. Some of these programs are state mandated and came about as part of the PSPS program, but we're expanding the funding and the eligibility of these programs to customers who are served by EPSS protected lines as well. We conduct comprehensive outreach each year to help ensure our customers are aware of the support options that are available to them, in addition to general outreach and education about the different programs we have in place. And this year, part of that outreach is going to include very targeted communications to some customers, and we'll touch on that a little more detail in the next few slides here. Let's go forward. We are committed to supporting our customers where customers who need it the most. That includes our low-income customers and those with medical or independent living needs. We also take into account customers who live in areas of higher wildfire risk and are therefore more likely to be impacted by some of these wildfire mitigation and safety-related power outages. So our 2023 changes to program eligibility that we see here are focused on ensuring not only that we're expanding offerings to customers who might be impacted by outages, but specifically targeting customers where EPSS outages on EPSS-enabled lines have had more of a reliability impact over the last 18 months or so. Those are the drivers: expanded support, expanded eligibility, and focused support for those customers who've seen reliability impacts. Those are the drivers for our 2023 eligibility changes for these different programs. Go to the next slide. It has the numbers, some numbers associated with these programs. A lot of data here, much like the last slide. I'm not going to go through it all in detail, but what I want to call out is that each year we're analyzing which qualifying customers for these different programs are not currently participating in one or more of the different support options. So from this data, we then develop our 2023 and beyond program targets. And then we build in flexibility to help us ensure we're meeting the needs of our customers as we move through the year. Right? We don't want rigid programs that don't allow us to flex as we move through the year and see where customers may or may not be participating in some of these different resiliency programs. But these here are the key programs that are helping us mitigate the impact of outages on our most vulnerable customers. Okay, now we can move on to what's the last slide in our formal presentation here. Our resources and backup power support programs are available to all customers who meet the eligibility requirements. And as I've mentioned, we're doing more for vulnerable and frequently impacted customers. That includes the additional outreach, enhancing the support offerings, and greater access to the resources in general. And to determine those customers who should receive the additional outreach, the additional support, we dug into and analyzed the customer groups who were impacted by the safety-related outages in 2022, but didn't previously participate in a resiliency offering. So those customers frequently impacted who didn't previously participate, they make up a small percentage of the overall eligible population. That's what we're showing as you move down toward the bottom of this slide. But even though it's a smaller group, we are targeting these customers in 2023 with targeted outreach in addition to our general program offerings. And I'll highlight that our long-term goal is to move away from some of the more temporary backup power support options and provide our more frequently impacted customers with fixed power solutions that will serve them better in the long term. We've started some of that shift in the end of 2022, additional focus in that area, residential storage initiative, and some of those other programs as we move into 2023, and we'll continue seeing that shift in focus as we go forward. That concludes the formal presentation. I'd like to thank the Commission, our participants, as well for giving us the opportunity to speak, and we will turn it over for questions.
Thank you, PG&E, for the thorough presentation. We will now move on to questions. Energy Division, do you have any questions for PG&E?
Yeah, thanks, Stephen. I do have one question. I'd like to know a little bit more about what specifically PG&E is doing to mitigate EPSS outages on circuits that have experienced numerous ones that have persistently poor performance. What specific mitigations are being envisioned for these circuits? How is PG&E sort of prioritizing these circuits for work and figuring out what's needed for that?
So thank you for the question. There's a number of different things, and I'm going to have Dave go into some details on this, but it all starts from that multi-outage review process to understand frequency of the outages that occur on our system, identifying the cause, and then executing some reliability-based programs in real time based on what we're seeing. We look at the historical outage causes, and then we look at what we find when our troubleshooters are actually out on scene and they find a cause. So, Dave, any additional color on that?
Sure. Thanks, Mark, and thanks for the question. Sort of two answers to that. One, as Mark referenced, through the multi-outage review process, we were able to identify locations last year where we were able to take, I'll call them in-season actions that either largely or entirely mitigated outages going forward. And then in other cases where those outage activities cropped up later in the season or were continuing, we are taking a couple of different focused actions here in what I'll refer to as the off-season, both in terms of some additional targeted vegetation management as well as some more comprehensive animal mitigations are the two primary paths forward, and we're continuing to explore additional options. I should also mention there is a fairly comprehensive sectionalization plan we have, and that will help mitigate the number of customers impacted. That is part of the opportunity we have. But I'd say in-season response and then proactive vegetation and animal primarily as we go into this summer.
Thank you for the questions, Julian. On behalf of WSEB, I wanted to ask what pilot programs do you have planned for EPSS in 2023, if any?
I wouldn't call it a pilot program for 2023. I think, we referenced, even a pilot in calendar year 2021 because that's when it was originally thought up. We came up with the settings. We had enablement always on for the duration of the fire season that year. And what we learned from that really kind of helped inform the strategy for 2022. So 2021 was the pilot, incredible learnings, which really helped us design the program and identify focus areas to go after: frequency of outages, duration of outages, how quickly that we arrive on scene to confirm no ignition, etc. And then towards the end of the year, we implemented partial voltage force out, which leverages our smart meter network to understand if the meter at the home or business is not receiving proper voltage levels. It's indication that there could be a problem out on the source part of the distribution system that feeds that. So that was an add in the latter part of last year, as well as down conductor detection. And if you recall, Dave had mentioned about high impedance faults. So these are faults on the system that really show up as just usage, and we refer to usage as load. And the device setting does not pick it up as a problem or a fault on the line because the current values are low. So latter part of the season last year, we began enabling down conductor detection, which has a way to see those high impedance faults. That's going to cover, that's going to be a big focus area for us this year as well, to continue to enable on the system that capability. But outside of that, I wouldn't reflect anything else as a pilot. It's just enhancing the capabilities, looking to sectionalize, make these zones smaller, continue to work on resiliency options and customer benefits that Dave covered.
Got it. Thank you for that explanation. Touching on slide 17, you listed 106 company-initiated outages on EPSS-protected lines in 2022. How is the company-initiated outage type considered unplanned instead of planned? Can you provide some examples and elaborate on that for everyone?
Slide 17 is what you're referencing, 176. Yes. So slide 17, if we could flash it up here for the audience, but slide 17, the 176 minutes in the upper right-hand corner of the box, or the graph.
It's actually 106.
Got it. All right. I thought you were referencing our outage duration.
Yeah, I just want you to explain for everyone how, if it's company initiated, how is it considered unplanned?
Well, one example of that, of a company-initiated outage that is considered unplanned, would be that partial voltage force-out process that I explained. Because the control center operators are sitting there monitoring the system, all of a sudden they get smart meter alarms that come in on their screen. They recognize that, they receive those alarms, and then look on the map and see where are these calls coming from, and then identify a remotely controlled device that they could actually operate from the control center to de-energize for the purposes of ignition mitigation, because we can't see out in the field what's going on. We're just getting data in. So some of those outages for the 106 there, company initiated, are as a result of that. Another issue that we learned through the year last year, we have a lot of crews doing a lot of work out there. Sometimes we have equipment that is not designed to be operated while energized, and what you have to do is de-energize the area in order to operate the equipment that has an operating restriction on it, and then re-energize back up to that customer. So depending on the conditions, if this is a real event where we're out there responding and we have trouble and we have to isolate, we may need to intentionally force out a small portion of our customers in order to operate and reconfigure the system in order to re-energize and reduce that zone. So I hope that helps.
Thank you for elaborating on that. ESRB, do you have any questions for PG&E?
No.
Okay. Hearing none, I wanted to give the joint parties an opportunity to ask PG&E questions.
I don't have any questions.
Great. Energy safety, do you have any questions for PG&E?
Yeah, we have a question from Joan in the chat. I can read it out loud. Wanted to ask Dave, you said you still had areas where you're planning to install more protective devices for further sectionalization. Do you have a number on how many circuits you're planning to increase for further isolation? And where are these circuits located, and kind of like a timeline within for that?
Yeah, thanks for the question.
Thank you, Dave. Go ahead.
Yeah, appreciate that question. Thanks for the opportunity to speak to that. So we have about 80 devices in plan. I would have to get back to you in terms of the number of circuits that represents. It's likely not quite 80, because in some cases we have opportunities in circuit protection zones. Some of our circuits are quite long. And so I need to get back to you in terms of the number of circuits and locations, but would be happy to do that. I will say we intend to do approximately 80 this year, and with plans to continue at that pace or maybe a slightly higher pace in the coming years. So it's going to be a multi-year effort.
And one item to kind of add on there, and this goes to kind of like how our distribution system is designed. The EPSS settings, when originally installed in 2021, and then enhanced and expanded to all of our high fire threat area circuits, leveraged all these line reclosing devices that currently exist out there based on what has been out there from the original date of installation. So what we learned from calendar year, operating year 2022 was, number one, okay, where are we seeing these outages? Dave covered the pie chart that the majority of the customers on these circuits that exist in the high fire risk areas didn't experience any outages or two or less, and we're thankful for that. And then we also have the areas where we've got frequency concerns, where we're having a lot of outages on the circuit because the circuit's very long, and we're having outages all over the circuit, and in some cases, repeat outages off the same device. So that is kind of informing where we need to focus to make the zone smaller. We want to make these outages, we don't want the outages to begin with, let's be clear. But when they do happen, we want them to be very, very small and impact the least amount of customers as possible. And usually what that results in is the protected device is looking out and protecting less line miles located downstream from that. And if we're installing additional devices to help sectionalizing, we have to coordinate it so that everything coordinates from a time perspective well. But the end result of that is our troubleshooters, our first responders, whether they're flying to the circuit via helicopter or they're driving to the circuit or both in parallel, it will take them less time to restore. And that ultimately is our objective. Prevent the outage from occurring in the first place. When it happens, let's make it as small as we can, and then let's respond and get everybody back on as safely as possible, as quickly as possible, after we confirm no ignition. Thanks for the question.
I have one. I'm sorry, this is Melissa Semter, Deputy Director. I have one follow-up question on slide 17, if we could go back to that one again. And this may have been covered, but I want to make sure that I'm understanding this correctly. So we have outages on non-EPSS protected lines, which is significantly higher than the EPSS protected lines. Is that a function of the fact that there just are more miles of unprotected lines?
It could be that, number one, because what the graph is showing all outages on the entire PG&E system. So we have a lot of circuits that exist in a non-tiered area, a non-HFRA or HFTD area, right. So like right in the middle of the valley that has no or very little ignition risk because of the terrain as compared to the high fire threat districts. So that greater number is all system, right?
Right.
The other piece of this is, we don't have, like today is an R1 day at PG&E. We don't have any of our circuits enabled currently. So like outages that happen normally during the day today would not be considered an EPSS outage because EPSS is not enabled due to the fuel conditions, and it doesn't meet that threshold.
I guess what I'd be curious, that helps, thank you. I think what I'd be curious to understand is the rate. So when those are enabled, it would seem like because the EPSS lines would be more sensitive and so would therefore have more outages on a day where they're enabled versus the lines that are not, in a per mile basis, essentially, not necessarily across the system since there's more miles without those activated. So that would just be interesting to understand. Perhaps we could get a follow-up on that.
Yeah, we can take that as a follow-up. Interestingly, a lot of that rate is determined on how many of the circuits are enabled for operating day. like today is operating day 17, 17th day of the month. We have no circuits enabled. As we start getting into, May, June, when the weather changes, I think we're going to see a little bit different posture this year because of the incredible amount of moisture that we received so far this year. But traditionally, late April, mid-May into June, this is when we start getting into the peak. This is when the fuels change. There hasn't been a lot of rain. And so as such, that's when EPSS circuits enablement, daily enablement, are considerably higher than where we are now. Like the first quarter of the year and really the last quarter of the year, we refer to them as the shoulder months of the peak of the season. And what you'll see is lower enablement each day. And if you have lower enablement, there's less exposure to EPSS outages, obviously. It really peaks through the summer and into the fall until we start getting good, early rain season moisture.
This is David Peffer for the joint parties. I actually did have a question. Can you confirm that sort of regardless of the line safety work that PG&E does on an individual line, including safety upgrades, that's not going to affect the EPSS settings or EPSS, I guess, whether or not it's included in EPSS?
If I understand your question, David, thank you for asking it. You're asking if we're doing work on our system, and I'm assuming you're referring to wildfire safety-related work like system hardening or undergrounding. Does that affect EPSS? Is that the question?
Yes.
Yeah. So if we're doing overhead type of hardening or pole replacements or that type of infrastructure improvement, and the facilities remain overhead, then it's not going to have any impact on the EPSS settings. We're still going to have the settings. The advantage to an overhead hardened system is that some of these temporary or transient, as we call them in the industry, transient faults, like a branch falling, hitting the line and bouncing off. If we've got covered conductor through our system hardening plan, the EPSS device would likely not see that. There would be no fault, right? So there is a little bit of a positive impact there. Obviously, the big ticket item for us is the undergrounding plan, because as we put facilities underground, there's no need to protect that specific zone via EPSS because it's already underground. And, just to double click on that a little bit, we're doing a lot of work in our system hardening plan, which underground is a part of. We have a remote grid plan. We've got all kinds of good plans in the interest of mitigating wildfires. But they're asset infrastructure improvement plans that we're building, installing every day. It's going to take a little while to get everything, hardened or undergrounded per our plan. So the operational tools like enhanced power line safety settings, down conductor detection, partial voltage force out, and then as a last resort option, public safety power shutoff when we have a combination of wind and the fuels, dangerous fuels. That's in place to kind of mitigate until the asset infrastructure work is completed. So you're going to see as each year continues on and the system becomes more resilient, there will be less reliance on the operational mitigation tools. Hope that provides some clarity.
Thanks, Mark. I wanted to call on Commissioner Shroma. Did you still have a question?
I do, thank you. Okay, for PG&E, in your appendix slides, this is slide 31. This is about operational improvements based on outage reviews. Based on outage review findings, specific improvements were made to circuits to improve reliability. We've got Canocti, Curtis, Templeton, Tassajara. The commissioners are fresh off of a visit up to Arcata and hearing from the Hoopa tribe representatives, and we heard earlier today the parties that the Hoopa tribe in particular experienced quite a few of these types of outages. So my question is simply this. Have you, among the panoply of things that you're doing, in terms of your grid modernization, grid hardening, gone through and looked at where the hotspots are for customers experiencing the fast trip, and a prioritization, which may be a multi-year prioritization. I get it, but basically looking at which areas need focus for increased hardening to increase reliability.
So, Commissioner Shroma, thank you for the question. Short answer, yes. Longer answer, Dave can get into some details. But, on the slide, which I think you were looking, I forget the slide number that you were referencing, but it was the view that's got the appendix slide that's got the 4 circuits listed, both geographically in different places. That's an example of the multi-outage review process in action. Once we have multiple outages, the first cut at this is saying, okay, what can we do a little bit differently here to make to prevent the outages from happening? Some of these zones are very large. You heard my response in a previous question about maybe looking to install some sectionalizing devices to make the outages smaller when they do occur. But at the end of the day, the fundamental grid hardening prioritization is really based off our wildfire risk model. That's what drives construction activities. But EPSS coming on the scene and the reliability impacts and things that we're seeing absolutely help influence and inform that as we move through. 1 full year of operation for EPSS, I would say that we've learned a lot and we've got more work to do. So there's opportunities to continue to improve that program, not only from the asset lens, as you inquired about, but also, what can we do more for customers? How do we get them prepared? What things can we learn? And, our PSPS program, I know this team is very familiar with that, which was implemented in 2018. There's parallels between EPSS and PSPS with what we can do with customers. And we have advanced in that area, and we still have some work to do, right? And that's just going to continue to evolve. So I'll turn it over to Dave and Dave to see if they have any other information they'd like to provide.
You really covered it well, Mark. I do think the slide that's being referenced is the next one in the deck, which has the 4 tiles, if you will. So thanks for the question, Commissioner Shroma. I would just clarify a couple of things. One, our hardening focus is really a risk-based approach. In many cases, that overlaps or kind of overlays nicely with where we see, historically more reliability challenges. The effort that we're undertaking here in the MORE process specifically is both a real-time responsive effort, and then to your question specifically around hotspots, our focus going into this year relative to the reliability improvements we're undertaking is entirely driven by that experience last year, and then with an overlay of historical outage data that Mark referenced, so that we're not employing recency bias, but ensuring that we are focusing those efforts in those hotspots where it's most needed.
Thank you.
Great. And after the time, SPD has a question, and this will be the last one. Wendy, would you like to ask your question?
Yes. Can you hear me? Hello?
Loud and clear.
Okay, great. Thank you. Yes, I was at a conference, a few of us were at a conference last week, and Mark was presenting, and 2 things. One, you mentioned that 2022, it really was a gift of Mother Nature rather than, as far as the fact that we didn't have any big events last year. So I wondered if you could speak to how do you feel about the EPSS data in 2022 and whether that really represents compared to historically, improvements? And the second question is, you also mentioned about secondary lines, and I was wondering, does EPSS pick up on secondary line issues?
So those are both excellent questions. So thank you for attending that conference. I enjoyed presenting to the crowd that was put on by EUCI. My reference to the gift from Mother Nature was really with respect to public safety power shutoff events. You look at the progression from 2019, when we had, a very impactful year from a customer interruption perspective with PSPS, and how that, we've been able to really laser focus on areas of risk and execute PSPS as a last resort using all our meteorology tools. We've seen a really good reduction there without sacrificing wildfire risk. My reference to the gift from Mother Nature was really in reference to the 2022 season for specifically public safety power shutoff. So every day, the meteorology team and the operations team convene and we review the FPI, the fire potential index, and then the wind speeds and stuff. And if we have an intersection of very dry fuels like an R5 day, which is the worst of our FPI rating, and that's coupled with wind speeds and relative humidity levels and dead fuel moisture content levels at certain thresholds, that's when we move into public safety power shutoff. We didn't have any public safety power shutoff events last year. We had one that we were watching, and we stood up the Emergency Operations Center to be ready to execute. But thankfully, weather conditions improved. The winds didn't come as originally forecasted, and we did not have to execute the event. So that comment was solely based on PSPS. EPSS is the tool that we use at PG&E to really defend against ignitions driven by very dangerous fuel levels, right? And you recall from this presentation, Dave covered the R1 through R5 scale, and we're largely enabled at the R3, R4, R5 level up because that's the fuel moisture levels where we've seen historically, the highest probability for catastrophic wildfires. We had a lot of R3 days and above last year. I'm pleased with the performance of the EPSS program last year. And again, we've talked throughout this presentation on what our focus areas are for next year. One of them is high impedance faults, which we talked about. Your second part of your question was about secondary. So secondary voltage levels for your average home or business are 600 volts or less. And these are the lines that, usually come from, the transformer right into your meter that's at your house or your business. And then, from there it transitions into your fuse panel or your breaker panel, and you've got electricity in your home or business. The secondary system, EPSS, if we have faults on the secondary system, EPSS is not sensitive enough to see through the transformer and see problems on the secondary system. And so that's a focus area of what technology is out there that we might be able to leverage. So we've got the feelers out, and I'm sure our peer IOUs are also interested in solving this problem, but traditionally there's no device like a line recloser that we could program EPSS settings on the secondary system. It only exists on the primary system. That's like 12,000 volts and up. So that's a continued focus area for us for this year and beyond, quite frankly. Thanks for the questions.
To close us out on the PG&E portion of the workshop, I'll hand it over to President Reynolds for any comments and questions she may have.
Yeah, thank you, Stephen. I just have a couple of quick questions. And Mr. Quinlan, I appreciated the discussion of the circuit protection zones and the efforts that you're taking to narrow the scope of those and to consider the zones with the most outages. I wanted to just make sure we had covered, or if this could be a follow-up. I know that we heard from the in the first panel a desire, I think, to understand the boundaries and, maybe have additional communication on the boundaries of those zones and have them identified. And so I am wondering if that is happening or if that could be a follow-up in response to one of the comments we heard from one of the first presenters.
Yeah, thank you for the inquiry and ask, President Reynolds. We have the boundaries. We know exactly, what protective device protects X amount of line miles and the customers associated with it. We have it. How we make that available to our partners on the call, I think that's the follow-up. How do we do that, right? Is it through our portal that we use via the Public Safety Power Shutoff? Is it, is it something that we could send in advance of the season? Hey, here's the look. We've installed, the 80 devices. Here's where they all are. Here's the line miles on each circuit. So we can absolutely find a good way to share and be transparent with that information for everyone's benefit.
Okay, thank you for that. So what I'm hearing is that you'll take that as a follow-up item.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And then my next question has to do with notification to customers. I understand that the actual outages are unexpected, and so it's not something that the company can predict and provide notification. But I'm wondering if there is notification that goes out to customers to let them know that the EPSS program has been enabled. So, or it will be enabled, and here's when it's going to start, and here's when it's going to finish. And so is there some kind of knowledge that the customers can have that their circuit is enabled? You talked about using it less and kind of reducing the footprint and the period of time and the number of circuits that are enabled. But for those that are, and during that period of time when you have this program enacted, do you provide notification to the customers?
We do. We did last year. We intend to continue to do that this year. Let me just make a comment first. A customer who experiences an outage, whether it's a PSPS outage or it's an EPSS outage or it's just a regular outage when EPSS is enabled, they know that they're out and they want to know when they're going to get back on. And many of our customers want to know what the cause was of the outage, et cetera. And we intend to provide that. So we've done a lot of pre-season work with respect to sending out information to our customers through a number of different channels about preparing for the season. Here's what to expect. And then throughout the season, we do frequently, meet with agencies, meet with counties, meet with customer groups to kind of report out on how we're doing. I'd like to ask my colleague, Dave Meyer, to provide any other specifics to President Reynolds' question.
Yeah, thanks, Mark. I think there are two facets to the answer. We have general awareness of our customers of what the program is and when they should expect enablement, right? So that's what we call pre-season outreach and education. That generally starts in the April timeframe, and it's about ensuring customers, one, know the purpose for the program, right, the safety benefits, and the potential reliability impacts. So there are different customer groups that we communicate with differently, right? Looking at that pie chart, someone who was protected by enhanced power line safety settings, those settings last year, but didn't experience any outages, would have different questions, different concerns than someone who maybe experienced 7 or 8 outages. So we separate those customers in our pre-season outreach campaigns to ensure we're communicating more with those customers who had a different experience in 2022 or a higher reliability impact in areas with EPSS settings. I think you were asking those specifically about the enablement. We don't communicate to our customers on a daily basis that enablement's occurring or not occurring. As Dave mentioned, we're reviewing that daily and the R conditions to see which specific circuits need to be enabled for the protection of the community and which ones may not be. So we're not sending daily phone calls, for example, saying circuits in your area have been enabled. It's we think it's confusing to customers. Enablement doesn't equal outage, right? Enablement equals protection of the community by these faster trip settings. And so we focused on preseason outreach and engagement about what the program does and when settings are more likely to be enabled, that May through November timeframe, and as opposed to communicating daily enablement and disablement directly to customers.
Okay, I guess I see a difference between somewhere in between a preseason notification that this is going to happen during the season and the daily notification. It seems like there might be some opportunity there to provide more granular, but it sounds like that's something that you're not currently doing.
Correct, except we have some self-serve opportunities we've recognized this year for using our website, for example, for customers to be able to determine, for those who are interested in, is the circuit protecting my community enabled today? So we're working through those in 2023. That is on our plan to be able to make available for all customers as a self-serve for those who are curious about the information.
Okay, understood. So at the beginning of the season, you would provide notification of resources that are available for access if additional information is desired.
That's correct. Yeah. Here's the program. Here's where you can find more information throughout the year.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you for the information. I appreciate it.
Thank you, PG&E, for the presentation. We have now reached the SEE portion of the workshop. IT, can you display the SEE presentation?
Raymond, you're on mute.
Sorry about that. It was double muted. Hello and good morning. My name is Raym Fougere, the Principal Manager of Wildfire Mitigation Strategy at Southern California Edison. First, I would like to thank the CPUC and CPUC staff for holding this workshop to discuss reliability. Providing safe and reliable electric service is foundational to SCE, and SCE understands the impacts outages have on our customers' lives. To that, SCE has not seen an increase of outages on circuits with fast curve, and we are looking forward to the dialogue today. Next slide, please. In response to the ruling and the questions from CPUC staff, today I will cover 8 topics which are listed on the slide in front of you. The topics include overview of different types of outages, restoration protocols, engagement with local and tribal governments, and last, and definitely not least, customer program and communications. Next slide, please. Before we dive into outages, I'd like to provide an overview of SCE's electrical system. SCE's system is spread out over 50,000 square miles, serves over 15 million people through a vast electrical grid that is made up of over 50,000 miles of overhead distribution and transmission lines, supported over 1.4 million structures. This vast system can create complex and different challenges throughout the territory. Next slide, please. So let's start with some basics. SCE breaks down outages into 5 types of outages, which are shown on the screen. First, maintenance outages, which are planned, scheduled with advance notice provided to customers. This type of outage was the majority of outages in 2022. These outages take place to either make repairs or upgrades to the grid to improve reliability and reduce the likelihood of an unplanned outage. An example of a maintenance outage is an outage associated with the installation of covered conductor. Second, repair outages are unplanned outages which occur when protected devices such as a fuse or circuit breaker detect a fault and operate, resulting in an outage. These are unexpected events and can occur from various conditions, such as a car crashing into a pole or balloons contacting bare overhead lines. Circuits with fast curve capability can react to these faults faster than ordinary protection settings, and that difference in timing is critical to reducing ignition potential during a fault in high fire risk areas. These outages are classified as repair outages because they occur in response to detected fault or failure on the system. The next type of outage, emergency operational outages, are also unplanned outages, but are outages where SCE turns off the power to make emergency repairs before a fault condition occurs. And we do this to make the area safe to the public. An example of an emergency outage is after a rainstorm, SCE finds a pole that has had significant ground erosion, and that ground erosion is impacting the integrity of the pole. And we realize the pole needs to be replaced. SCE will de-energize that area to make it safe and replace the pole, so no customers are in danger of that pole falling over and hurting them. The next type of outage that you see on screen is public safety power shutoffs. These are planned and proactive outages to prevent faults from occurring altogether during dangerous fire weather conditions, such as strong winds and dry fuels in high fire areas. Given the fire risk, SCE will de-energize circuits or segments of circuits when the forecasted weather meets or exceeds given criteria. SCE uses PSPS as a mitigation measure of last resort to help keep our customers and communities safe from wildfire. And lastly, public agency outages. Our outages where a public agency, such as a fire agency, has requested SCE to de-energize facilities that could pose a risk to first responders. An example of this is if lines are in the area of a structure fire and an agency is fighting that fire, they can request SCE to de-energize our lines to ensure the safety of the first responders. And when requested, SCE will oblige with them. So these are the type of different outages that we see and how we classify them on SCE system. Next slide, please. SCE enables fast curve settings on remote automatic reclosers, or RARs, and circuit breakers based upon 4 distinct weather conditions to increase public safety and reduce fire risks associated with SCE's facilities. The 4 criteria are listed, and I'll walk through them briefly. First, red flag warning days, as declared by the National Weather Service. The National Weather Service defines a red flag warning day as a day with warm temperatures, low humidity, and strong winds expected, all of which those factors combine to produce an increased fire danger. The second criteria is fire weather threat, as declared by SCE's Weather Services. SCE's Weather Service is a team consisting of fire scientists and meteorologists that have expertise in understanding the impacts in the climate that could lead to a devastating fire. The fire weather threat is based upon both Fire Potential Index, or FPI, and wind speeds. SCE's FPI is a little different than PG&E's. Our FPI is an internal calculation that uses the following factors. It's comprised of a weather component and a fuels component. The weather component considers wind and how dry that air is. The fuel component considers how dry the vegetation is, both living and dead, and what state the annual grass is in. Is it green and facing upward, or is it curled, brown, and dead? All these factors are summarized into a single index, which outputs ranging from 1 to 17. The higher the FPI value, the higher the risk of significant wildfire. Next, fire climate zone threat, also declared by SCE Weather Service, is a declaration based upon zone-specific historical occurrence of fuel-driven fires. There are 11 zones throughout SCE's territory and are shown on the map on the left. To level set, fuel-driven fires are fires that burn in the absence of significant wind. This does not mean that there is no wind on the fire, but that the prevailing wind is not a major factor in fire spread and the overall behavior of the fire. These types of fires are most common during the summer months and can experience explosive growth when burning under unstable atmospheric conditions. In these situations, fire-induced winds, which is when a fire system creates and sustains its own wind, can lead to rapid uphill runs and extreme fire behavior with the potential for fire whirls and also for the fire to have long-range spotting. An example of a fuel-driven fire is the Carr Fire, which occurred in 2018 and burned over 200,000 acres. Lastly, thunderstorm threat, also declared by SCU's Weather Services, is the declaration when there's a 30% chance or greater of dry lightning occurring in the HFRA area. So we're really using our fast curve settings for various conditions based on what we're seeing out in the real world. Slide 6. If we could go to the next slide, please. Next slide.
Sorry, there's a little bit of technical difficulties. I'll get it up as soon as possible.
Okay. I'll just go into what the slide is going to say. Hopefully we get the slide up. TSPS and fast curve settings are both wildfire mitigation tools that are complementary and should not be viewed as alternatives. As we noted on the slide currently shown, fast curve settings are activated on HFRA circuits under specific conditions for faster protective responses to a fault. Can we go back one slide? Yes, perfect. As I was saying, fast curve settings are activated on HFRA circuits under specific conditions for faster protective response to a fault, whereas TSPS is deployed as that measure of last resort to prevent faults from occurring in the first place by de-energizing the line. PSPS activation criteria for bare overhead wire is an FPI of 12 and wind speeds of 31 sustained and or wind gusts of 46 miles per hour. Also, PSPS thresholds are raised for isolatable circuit segments, meaning the whole segment is covered or the whole circuit is covered. And we raise the FPI and the wind speeds. So why do we use TSPS and fast curve settings? Simple answer, as I said before, is to reduce the wildfire risk for our customers and communities we serve. We're seeing risk reductions from both, but PSPS is a more effective mitigation in dangerous windy and dry conditions when there's that likelihood for a large catastrophic fire. In particular, PSPS is a proactive de-energization of electric lines, and based on a backcasting of 2015 and 2020 fires over 1,000 acres, possibly associated with electric infrastructure, PSPS would have reduced over 90% of the structures damaged. In 2020, we saw over a 50% reduction in what we call the ignition to fault ratio on fast curve enabled circuits in our high fire risk areas compared to non-fast curve circuits over the same time period. Both PSPS and fast curve, there's a difference in the outage durations. For PSPS, it's really dependent on the weather conditions and what damage occurred. We only look at starting to do the patrols on PSPS once the wind has died down, and then we will do the repairs. On fast curve, we will deploy resources right away after the outage occurs to minimize that impact. If we could go to the next slide, please. Thank you. This slide has a lot of numbers on it, and I'm not going to walk you through all the numbers, but I want to walk through some key points. First, the number of outages on fast curve circuits in 2022 has not increased compared to historical averages. So let's give a little background. SCE deployed fast curve settings on circuits in our high fire areas starting in 2018. So to understand the impact of outages, we pulled the outages for the 956 circuits that have fast curve capability in 2022 and compared those to the 3 years prior to our first fast curve deployment. Based upon this analysis, we can see that the number of outages that occurred at the circuit breakers and RARs, which are the devices that have FastCurve enabled on them, has actually decreased in 2022 compared to the prior year. This includes both momentary and sustained outages during the months of June to October, which is the time frame FastCurve settings are typically deployed. Now, when you look at the sustained outages, you will see that the overall sustained outage numbers did increase. This is not due to FastCurve, but is the result of what's called blocking reclosing. Normally, when an RAR or circuit breaker senses a fault, it will de-energize the line. Then after some time, it will automatically re-energize the line. This occurs and is done because occasionally fault conditions can clear itself, such as a palm frond temporarily contacting two wires and then being blown off. However, under fire threat conditions, re-energizing that line after the fault condition, if it hasn't cleared, for example, if that palm frond stays on the wire, creates a risk for potential ignition because we're energizing into that known fault condition. So that's why you're seeing a shift from momentary outages to sustained outages in 2022. Third, as we can see from the sustained outages, the average number of customers impacted and the CADI, which is the customer average interruption duration, which PG&E explained, are relatively flat. Also, I want to point out the overall average outage duration on our sustained outages went down from an average of 13.4 hours to 10.1 hours. What this tells us is how long did it take us to bring all the customers back up. So we were able to, in 2022, shrink down our average restoration time. Lastly, we examined the outages circuit by circuit for these comparisons. And over 70% of the circuits did not see an outage increase in 2022. Furthermore, approximately 20% of the FastCurve-enabled circuits saw only one outage increase, meaning most circuits were the same in terms of reliability or had only a slight increase in outages. Circuits that experience more outages are reviewed individually to determine ways to reduce those outages, and will be discussed in the next two slides. If we could go to the next slide, please. Thank you. SCE works to minimize the impact of power outages to our customers because we understand the impacts that it has on their lives. So I'm going to walk you through the different types of remediations and how we try to minimize these impacts for different types of outages. First, repair emergency outages, which are those unplanned outages that customers experience. When this occurs, SCE dispatches a troubleman to determine the cause of the outage. Once they determine the cause, if they can, they will make the repairs themselves. A lot of times they're unable to make those repairs. And in those situations they cannot, the troubleman will call for a crew to make the repairs and give detailed information as to what material is needed and the extent of the repair condition, so when they get to the job site, they have everything they need to be able to work effectively and safely to restore power. Additionally, the troubleman, when possible, will use switching to isolate the outage to a smaller area. And so what this really means is if we have the fault on a part of our line, they will look to restoring as much of the circuit as possible. And then once the crews make the final repairs, the remaining customers are re-energized. As I mentioned earlier, PSPS outages are different, as the duration of that outage is primarily dependent on weather. Once the fire weather threat conditions subside, meaning the wind speeds are going to go below the thresholds, a post-event restoration patrol is conducted. If repairs are needed, we follow that repair process. We get a crew out, we give them the information that they need to make the repairs, and we will look for ways to re-energize portions of the circuits to minimize the outage to our customer. Public agency outages, which was the last one on that list of 5 that I went through earlier, As these outages are requested by an agency, we wait for the agency to give us the all clear. We will evaluate our facilities before re-energizing to make sure that it is safe. If no damage is found, we will promptly re-energize our facility. If damage did occur, we will follow the restoration steps that we went over for repair outages. Okay, can we go to the next slide, please? Thank you. SCE actively works to address reliability issues, regardless if the cause is known or unknown or related to fast curve settings. SCE addresses reliability concerns in three main ways. Circuit improvement programs. This uses the reliability metrics at the system level to identify circuits with lower reliability. Once a circuit's been identified with lower reliability, they're examined and scoped for improvement based upon the factors that are driving those reliability concerns. Circuit performance reviews. These are done at the local level using local knowledge to find solutions to help improve reliability. Additionally, we have other infrastructure replacement programs which may help reduce outages by installing newer equipment. An example of an infrastructure replacement program is SCE's overhead conductor program that replaces older, smaller conductor with newer conductor throughout the system. Additionally, SCE aims to reduce the number of outages with an unknown cause. We address unknown outage causes by providing training to identify causes. However, there are some cases where an outage will occur, a patrol is performed, and a cause cannot be determined. We try as best as we can to minimize flagging and outages as unknown. Finally, fast curve settings are also continuously being evaluated to ensure that we are striking the right balance between ignition risk reduction and reliability. In 2018, fast curve settings were based upon subject matter expertise, judgment, using literature available at the time, and without detailed studies. The goal was to apply these fast curve settings, monitor performance, perform a more detailed analysis, and adjust as necessary. We knew then that the settings may not provide the optimal circuit reach, meaning covering the whole circuit, but we were also striving to maintain reliability. In 2020, after having 2 years of fast curves in service, we reevaluated the fast curve performance, developed more detailed studies, met with internal and external subject matter experts, which led to a more refined setting strategy. SCE's current process is to reevaluate fast curve effectiveness, is to continue to monitor the operations, and now also leveraging the ignition data. We are continuing to meet monthly with our utility peers to share performance data, and will continue to look for ways to improve the setting strategy. If we could go to the next slide, please. We continue to engage with local and tribal governments, providing updates not only on fast curve settings, but our overall wildfire mitigation and PSPS efforts, such as sending newsletters to over 500 local and tribal government stakeholders last October. We also send regular public safety newsletters to increase awareness and address concerns about significant outages. Local and tribal governments can sign up to receive notifications about outages that impact more than 150 customers and last longer than 90 minutes. We also mail PSPS newsletters annually to all customers in both HFRA and non-HFRA with tailored content. The HFRA version of the newsletter highlights SCE's wildfire mitigation efforts and what we are doing to reduce the impact of PSPS events. Customer care programs and resources are predominantly featured, and this year the newsletter will be sent in this upcoming April. The non-HFRA version of the newsletter focuses on outage safety tips and how customers can prepare for emergencies. It also includes an update on SCE's wildfire mitigation efforts. We also engage customers by holding wildfire safety community meetings as well as workshops for customers participating in local safety fairs and partnering with our community-based organizations to help educate and increase awareness around public safety and outage preparedness. In addition, there are many resources available online that our customers can use to stay informed about any type of outage. If you look to the right, here's a list of web pages customers can visit to sign up for outage alerts, look up outage details, learn about customer programs, and stay up to date on our wildfire mitigation and PSPS efforts. If we could move to the next slide, please. Thank you. We also have a variety of customer care programs to provide our customers with resources to help mitigate the impact of outages. We recognize there are health and safety concerns, particularly for customers reliant on electrical-powered medical or mobility devices. We're dedicated to supporting customers with access and functional needs who could be at risk during PSPS events. We've partnered with 211 to help access and functional need customers with their resiliency plans and enroll in assistance programs. For medical baseline customers who rely on electrical-powered medical devices and reside in high fire risk areas, we offer our fully subsidized critical care backup program. To date, we deployed more than 11,400 free backup batteries. In 2023, we're piloting the in-event battery loan program to support not only medical baseline customers, but other customers with access and functional needs in high fire risk areas who are dependent on electricity. And to help with access to customer resiliency equipment, we offer rebates on portable batteries and generators for all customers in high fire risk areas, which are available on SCE's Marketplace website. Also, during PSPS events, we open our community resource centers and deploy community crew vehicles in or near the impacted areas to provide customers with in-person support with free resiliency kits and access to charge their personal devices. Our customer care programs are aimed at minimizing the impact of outages, particularly extended outages such as PSPS, as much as possible for our customers. We could go to the next slide, please. And finally, here's a closer look at the full list of customer care programs available in our service area. We outline the eligibility requirements and the customer participation costs for these different services and programs that are available. I'm not going to read all that because that's a lot of numbers, so I'll just leave that there. So in closing, as I stated at the beginning, providing safe and reliable electric service is foundational to SCE, and SCE believes that fast curve has not resulted in an increase in outages, and PSPS are two mitigations that are aimed at reducing the probability of ignitions associated with electrical infrastructure in our high fire areas. SCE is hard on the grid in HFRA areas to not only reduce outages, but also to increase reliability and reduce the wildfire risk. Given the lack of an increase in outages seen on SCE system, we believe that a rulemaking on fast curve is not necessary. Thank you for your time. I will stop there and turn it back over to Steve.
Thank you, Ray, for presenting. We will now move on to questions. Energy Division, do you have any questions for Ray?
Yeah, thanks, Stephen. I was curious about the mitigations on EPSS circuits, especially ones that are sort of frequently out. And I'm curious as to how those mitigations overlap with the currently active requirement through the reliability reporting of mitigating for the top 1% of worst performing circuits. Are those sort of happening in parallel? Are they one and the same? How is SCE dealing with that?
So if we could go back to slide 9. Yep, this slide. Sorry, it's slide number 10 at the bottom. Yeah. So you're talking about the worst circuit performance that's in the annual report about looking at the circuits with the 1%, if I heard your question correctly. Yes, so the circuit improvement programs and that are run in parallel. And obviously, looking at reliability metrics, anything that's in that top 1% or has low reliability would be examined as part of the circuit improvement programs.
Thank you.
On behalf of WSEB, I wanted to ask, what pilot programs do you have planned for Fast Trip in 2023?
And so, great question. So currently, for fast curve operations, we are piloting more sensitive settings on 15 circuits. And the reason we're doing this is because we want to learn about what is the impact to our customers and also what is that impact that we see on that wildfire risk reduction. So once we get that information from these 15 circuits, we're going to examine this, evaluate it, and so we can make a smart decision on how we're going to and if we're going to roll out these settings to a larger group. We have communicated this with some local governments. We've also let OEA, the CPUC staff, know of this pilot program as well before we launch it.
Thanks. ESRB, do you have any questions?
Yes, I do. Just a couple of quick ones. You mentioned that there's is it an annual review of the 1% worst performing circuits, and also these circuit performance reviews, are these part of the month? What is the frequency of those?
Oh, so for the 1%, I believe we identify them annually, which is the 1%, so they're evaluated. The circuit improvement programs that we have on that first one, we're constantly evaluating circuit performance, because if you see a shift, you want to address it. But that's also why we have that circuit performance reviews by the field engineers at the local level to make sure anything that's bubbling up quicker, that they can keep a pulse check on it and address it right away. So circuit improvement programs are done on a continual basis. Some of those more emergent issues would be qualified as circuit performance reviews.
Thank you.
SPD, do you have any questions for SCE?
Yes. Have you looked at the system reliability numbers, the SAIDI in particular, and SAFE and CAIDI? I mean, how have they trended over these last few years?
We have looked at those. I don't have those numbers right now with me. Off the top of my head, we have looked at those numbers. We'll have to get back and take that as an action item to circle back with what those impacts are. I will say those numbers are also provided in our annual report to the CPUC, so they are publicly available. I just don't have them off the top of my with me right now.
Thanks for taking that as action.
So just real quick follow-up. So do you have a sense, though, whether the fast curve settings have impacted those numbers?
So if we could go, could we go up one slide? So the slide that's labeled 9. Or, sorry, back a slide, 2 slides now. Back one more. I was doing this from memory. So what we have seen, and I'll walk you through this. I don't have the annual numbers here, but what we have seen, we have not seen an increase in the number of outages where we have deployed fast curve. When we look at the 2015 to 2017 average, it was 781 outages occurred during June and October. When we look at 2022, it was 757 outages. So there's a reduction in outages. And as I mentioned earlier, when we looked at the sustained outages, you will see that increase. The overall outage numbers went down, but you are going to see an increase in the sustained outages. And this is not because of fast curve. This is because we block reclosing which means the RAR or CB will not automatically close back in after it detects a fault condition, meaning we have to patrol it because it's another wildfire mitigation tool. So it's not fast curve that would be showing any impacts to the reliability. It can potentially be the blocking and reclosing, but so we will have to get back to you on the annual numbers. I just don't have them here, but we are not seeing that increase in outages.
Thank you for offering follow-up on that. Joint parties, do you have any questions for SCE?
Yeah, this is David Peffer for the joint parties. So looking at the same slide, slide 8, you compare 2022 to the 2015-2017 average. Does this trend still hold if you use 2021 or 2020?
Without seeing the increase in outages, not 100% sure. We have that number. The one thing I will point out is the number of circuits with fast curve has changed over those years. So we had circuits in 2018, we deployed fast curve, and then 2019, 2020, 2021, 2022. So it's going to be it won't be an apples to apples, it'll be different circuits. I don't have the number of the other years right now.
Okay, is that information you'd be willing to share?
We could get that information. We should be able to get that information. I think we may have even put it into our WMP, but I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. And then second question, how many life support customers were impacted by fast curve outages in 2022?
I don't have that number right now. We can look into that and get back to you. So I don't want to just give you a number. It's something I'll have to have research and give you to make sure I give you the most accurate information.
Okay, do you have special mitigations in place for life support customers?
We have for medical baseline and AFN during PSPS and high fire areas, we do have some mitigations. We do not have mitigations for fast curve, if that was your question, but we have programs available to medical baseline customers that could be impacted by PSPS, and that includes the HFRA area.
Great, thank you.
I'll move along to energy safety. Do you have any questions for SCE?
Yes, this is Andy Biggs with Energy Safety, and this question is from Joan Weber, also with Energy Safety. Does SCE enable fast curve on circuits that have received covered conductor? And then for your conductor replacement program, when a circuit has been identified as having issues, do you replace it with bare conductor, or do you replace the bare conductor with covered conductor?
Okay, good question. Yes, we still use fast curve on circuits that have covered conductor. And we do this because it protects against all types of faults, such as an equipment fault as well. So we do still use it with covered conductor. That was the first question. The second question about our OCP program. In HFRA, our standard is to go back with covered conductor. That is our standard in our high fire area. If we're changing conductors, it goes to covered conductor. Outside of HFRA areas, it could go back with bare wire.
Great, thank you.
CAL FIRE, do you have any questions for SCE?
Yeah, thank you. I do have one. Thank you for the presentation. Mark from PG&E mentioned earlier that they were deploying down conductor devices to kind of capture faults that don't result in those larger faults, like high impedance faults, which fast trip might not catch. Just curious if SCE is deploying similar technology or other ways that SCE might be detecting those types of faults.
Yes, we do have other mitigations we are deploying. We've looked at high impedance relays as well. We have also looked at early fault detection, which looks for signatures on the conductor where a fault hasn't covered. So long story short, yes, we are continually looking for new devices, and we are actively piloting new projects, and we collaborate with PG&E and SDG&E to learn lessons from them to gain insights on how to deploy additional mitigations on our system.
Great, thanks. And also, out of curiosity, are those early fault detection, distribution fault anticipation, these other technologies that monitor the circuits in different ways for different reasons, provide any additional insight or vision into helping identify kind of those undetermined outage types that maybe are like false positives or anything like that? Does that help at all in those situations?
We have learned from them. I'm not the full expert on those new ones. I know we have an engineering team actively monitoring those and learning lessons from them. I just don't have that information here for you, but I'd be happy to speak to you offline or connect you if you have follow-up questions with some of the experts on that material.
Great.
And, hey, Ray, can I jump in? Or?
Yes, Curtis.
Yeah, the advantage that we found with a lot of the fault detection methodology is that we're finding faults before they actually occur, meaning that they'll lead us to different trouble spots, like something that's maybe causing us some issues. Maybe it's not even causing issues on the system, but like it's creating some kind of a characteristic that says, hey, this isn't normal. We'll send crews out and actually make the repair before a fault occurs. So that's been probably the primary advantage of some of that detection equipment.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was trying to get at, was just if there's a certain circuits that have high frequency of these outages, is using that technology able to kind of maybe figure out what's going on or adjust the settings or something like that. So thank you for that.
Thank you. Just want to poll the commissioners. Do you guys have any last thoughts, comments?
These were all great questions. I don't have anything further.
Okay, great. Thank you, Ray. I appreciate it. We have now reached the SDG&E portion of the workshop. IT, can you display the SDG&E presentation? And just as a heads up, we will be running a little bit into our lunch.
As the slides are coming up, just want to do a volume check, an audio check, as well as just thank the commission for the opportunity to present here.
I can hear you.
Just waiting for the presentations. Maybe I'll start with just an overview as the slides come up. The slides that we have laid out will present our statistics for where we are with our sensitive relay profile. Our program is called sensitive relay profile because it's different from fast trip settings. Fast trip settings have a tendency to be more the regular condition or setting that these sensors or these relays have. Ours are more accustomed and more surgical based on the circuit and segment characteristics. So we've been using this methodology for over a decade and wanted to just share that process with you initially and our statistics on how the performance has been as a result of the SRP. And then also we will get into the kind of criteria and then the customer service part of it in our presentation. Still don't see the slides, but my name is Jonathan Waldemar.
The SDG presentation, please. I don't know if we've lost connectivity with IT. Oh, there we go. Thank you. Appreciate it.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to present here. My name is Jonathan Waldemar. I'm with San Diego Gas and Electric. I'm the Director of Wildfire Mitigation, and happy to be here to talk about our sensitive relay profile settings and how it's helped us mitigate wildfire risk. And so, as I was saying, we'll get into some of the statistics and metrics that have been the result of our program, and then get into some of the support system that we have during the operations, as well as some of the things that we look for in our criteria, and then get into the customer service part of it. First, I'd like to kind of give an overview of our service territory by the first slide after this one. And, in our service territory, 64% of our service territory is within the high fire threat district. And what you see here as far as our number of miles in distribution is the total service territory miles, over 17,000 miles. 6,000 of those miles are in the HFTD. And on the transmission side of things, about half of the 2,000 miles that you see there are in the HFTD, so the high fire threat district. So quite a bit of our service territory is in the high fire threat district, and so that's where a lot of our sensitive reload profile settings are, right? It's in the HFTD. So in our next slide, let's talk about some of the sensitive relay profile metrics, and we continue to evaluate this program on an annual basis, but even after each event, after we've applied or enabled sensitive relay profile. And some of the results that I'm sharing here are as a result of our analysis, right? So, for example, we haven't had an ignition downstream of the sensitive relay profile enabled devices so far. So since 2011, this program has been going on, and we've been able to refine it each year, and really are at a good place where we don't have a lot of any issues with customer impacts as a direct result of the sensitive relay profiles. We are able to apply this across the HFTD. Most of our applications are very surgical and limited, right? It's when the conditions are right or there for the sensitive relay profile. So it's elevated FBI, red flag warning days, or extreme conditions that we set these settings to that. So what has that really led to? Well, as far as the number of outages, less than 1% that are impacted by sensitive relay profile. So that is what we've seen over the history of this, as well as our outage causes really in 2022, for example, have only gone up by 1.7% as a result of sensitive relay profiles. And I'll get into more detail about this. And as far as restoration times, right, between the non-SRP enabled versus the SRP enabled, the outage restoration times have not been increased as a result of SRP. And we haven't had any catastrophic failures, right, wildfires since 2007. So we really believe that a part of that is because of our sensitive relay profile enablement. So our next slide, please. We can talk about some of the details here on the sensitive relay profile and kind of the impact to reliability. I'll start off by just saying we used this 3-year look just to help us to zero in on those 3 years as illustrative purposes, right, the more recent years. The average that you see there, for example, is a good way to share and highlight how SRP is affecting reliability. And so sensitive relay profiles enabled outages are 20 on average, right, over 3 years, as compared to total system outages, right, not over 1,900. So that, that's 1% of those total unplanned outages. So you take a subset of those unplanned outages, some of them are undetermined. So that's 15% of our unplanned outages are undetermined. SRP is about 20% of that 20 number that I shared with you that are outages related to SRP are undetermined. Now, those outages that are shown there as SRP undetermined would have happened anyway. These outages are not occurring because we enabled SRP. These outages are occurring as a result of some fault happening or occurring on the system. And the restoration times, as I said earlier, are not affected by the SRP, right? They're relatively similar duration when it comes to restoration of SRP-enabled outages versus regular outages. So some of the common causes or top causes here for the unplanned outages, T failures, that's mostly on the underground system, right? Cable faults, as well as the vehicle contact, severe weather, and some undertrainment as I shared there. So overall, very low percentage of unplanned outages are as a result of sensitive relay or happen on sensitive relay enabled circuits. These outages have a similar undetermined rate, right? As well as the restoration times are not affected. So then let me go on to the next slide to talk about some of the other outages that we have, right, and take another cut at these outages. And these are mostly zeroing in on PSPS-related outages. So SRP-enabled outages, again, right around 20, similar to what I presented, that same number. PSPS circuit events, right, 176. So the customer hours, now this is going to kind of that reliability number, right, the SAIDI, safety, and CAIDI numbers. The customer hours for SRP-related are, that 156,000 or so as compared to total PSPS customer hours. And if you compare that to system-wide, all outages, it's over 2.8 million. So then it takes this percentage of SRP customer hours being very low as compared to the total SRP hours, total customer hours.
It's always fun to remember how busy Kirsty was when she had both PSPS and wildfire.
We're getting a...
As a reminder, if you're not speaking, can you please put your phone on mute, especially if you're on the speaker list? Thank you.
So I just shared those average, impacts from SRP as it relates to non-SRP outages and customer hours. So what we generally learn from this slide is PSPS outages, right, and impacts are larger, right, than SRP. PSPS restoration times are typically greater than 24 hours, but SRP restoration times are less than 4 hours. So that's kind of the comparison and the takeaway from this slide here. So now let's talk about some of the things that we do operationally when we enable sensitive relay profiles in our next slide here, please. So our application and response, we have used SRP for over 10 years. And, with this, right, we apply it really in limited conditions or limited days. So when we have extreme fire weather conditions or, PSPS risk conditions is when we implement this SRP. And when we do that, we have dedicated crews and resources that are ready to respond. So we're monitoring the system with our system protection engineers. We have line-skated crews that are looking at the devices that have this sensitive relay profile enablement and are ready to download events and relay records so that we can analyze and process and do restoration more readily and more quickly, right? Find any faults more quickly, do the assessments, and do the patrols and help the troubleshooting, right? So we have staff on hand as well as the field folks to help us with that. And then, every season we go out and do the various retuning. If a circuit configuration changes or flow condition change, we're always making sure that our sensitive relay profile, right, is adjusted accordingly, right? And there's a lot of engineering and a lot of setting conditions that we look at. The reclosing is disabled, right, in all HFTD permanently. It's not just based on seasonal. It's not based on any conditions. The reclosing settings are disabled, and the only thing we're changing is the fact that we adjust our sensitive relay profile, our sensors, to be more sensitive during these high wildfire conditions or weather conditions. And then we patrol before we restore, right? Because we're in these high risk conditions, and so we are able to do the patrolling prior to restoration. So the takeaway from this slide is that we are doing this systematically. We're doing this in a more surgical manner, applying it where it's needed, and it's not seasonal. It's based on conditions. So now let's go to our next slide and talk a little bit about the kind of the activation criteria for SRP. We tend to do it regionally, even after the conditions are looked at. So if there's a high FPI or extreme conditions, and we look at the various areas where it might be needed and do the enablement of these sensitive relay profiles or sensitive relay settings in those areas. For example, Mount Empire and Ramona, if our weather conditions and red flag warnings come in for those areas, that's where we apply them and are enabled in that particular area. And so on, right? Orange County, same thing. So it's pretty focused on the areas where we think the risks are going to be. It's not going to be just widespread and affecting many customers. So let's go to the next slide now, please, and talk about the PSPS decision-making process and where SRP fits in. So what we're showing here is just the general conditions and general process that we go through. We look at our situational awareness tools with the fire potential index, the SAWT, which is our Santa Ana wind threat index, the red flag warning, and then we have a risk modeling tool called WINGS Ops, and WINGS stands for the Wildfire Next Generation System, operational modeling. And so we look at several of these inputs that we have and look at what it warrants, right? What are the forecasts telling us? And based on that, we look at historical wind speeds to help us really look at what thresholds the alarms, the alerts should be set at, right? What kind of wind speed should we be looking at to make that decision on PSPS? Now, before we even get to those alert wind speeds, when we have those forecasts, we are enabling sensitive relay profiles, because now we have a good picture of what the FPI is going to be, what the Santa Ana wind conditions are going to be. Based on those forecasts, we're able to also tell the region, and we'll go ahead and enable these sensitive relay profiles. So that's when we do that. After that, it's really the PSPS process, right? We look at additional circuit conditions like the vegetation risk index, the circuit risk index, the temporary configurations or hardening situation of the circuit segments, and then establish a circuit list that goes out to the various operational areas, and then we implement and put out the PSPS accordingly. So this is just an overview of the PSPS decision-making process, and hopefully I made it clear where SRP fits in. It's really in that early forecast area is when the sensitive relay profile comes in. All right, we'll go to our next slide now. And we wanted to just share this slide to differentiate between the various settings that we have available to us. And this is industry practice for the most part. There's hotline tags that are really a means for keeping our workers safe, and this is, across our system. When there are workers working on the line, we'll have that hotline tag, and that's a much quicker reaction for any kind of fault that may occur or contact from our workers. SRP is close to that, but it's more customized, right? It's customized by load. It's not just going to trip on anything, but it's different from keeping our employees safe. Now, when you look at the normal setting, right, it's more related to slower reaction, less sensitive, right, because it's under normal conditions. We do have another setting called the sensitive ground fault protection, and this is to help us to detect those conditions or the faults that may not react as quickly because of high impedance faults. And I know PG&E and Edison, I think, talked about this, so I won't belabor this, but there are different conditions and situations, right, where that comes in. And our SGF really helps us to detect those areas where high impedance faults are. And then reclosing, as I said, is blocked year-round in HFCD. We do not have that during in HFCD. So now let's go to the next slide, please, to talk about this sharing of outage information with our customers. So we try to make our communication with our customers meaningful, especially when it comes to impacts to customers, right? So we have our websites, we have our voice communications that we provide customers for outages, and our communication that goes out really for SRP versus non-SRP is the same, right? Because it is really an outage is what it looks like to the customer. So the only thing that is different about the SRP settings is really on our system, it's more sensitive, and it's outages that would have occurred anyway. So that's the emphasis. I want to emphasize that the SRP is just catching things faster for outages or faults that would have occurred anyway. That's why the communication to the customer also has to be the same as for any outage. And then we have staff that support any additional information that is needed or any additional troubleshooting that's needed, as I was sharing earlier. Okay. Well, let's go to that next slide and talk about some of the customer support that we have. And this is really a way to help customers during PSPS, right? And because we've enabled SRP during PSPS events, it's really something that happens as a combined service, right? So the generator grant program that we have the rebate programs for customers, as well as standby program, which is more of a permanent installation for customers that have more frequent PSPS events, the community resource centers, and we also have liaison with the tribal communities and use their resources to serve customers on tribal lands. For example, the Southern Indian Health Council, as well as the Indian Health Council, help even with the resiliency type services. And then collaboration with 211 Orange County and 211 San Diego really helps us address customer needs, medical baseline, AFN support, as well as any other needs that we have. And transportation, food, and hotel stays go along with that. We do have the PSPS app and portal that we have used for customer alerts, as well as for our public safety partners. So we have those additional means as well to communicate. So in summary, I just want to relay that our sensitive relay profile has been, a program for us since 2011. We continue to refine it on an annual basis. We continue to learn from each year. One of the things that we have been able to do is stabilize really any operational type issues, right? We follow up and are able and ready to respond. We haven't seen an increase of reliability impacts from SRP as opposed to regular outages, and we've seen it be effective because we have had no ignitions downstream of SRP or sensitive relay profile. So with that, thank you for your attention, and I'll wait for any questions.
Thank you, SDG&E, for presenting. We will now move on to questions. Energy Division, do you have any questions for John?
Yeah, thanks, Stephen. I do want to ask about the effectiveness of the utilities communication strategies on these topics, especially as it relates to access and functional needs, folks with access and functional needs, and especially to tribal communities.
Yeah, so our communications around sensitive relay profiles is the explanations that we have when we have the wildfire safety fairs or community fairs, right, or information that we have when we meet with our public safety partners or the general public. So every opportunity that we have, we talk about all our initiatives, including sensitive relay profiles, to help customers understand how we are mitigating against wildfire risk. So those are our opportunities there. but also communicating, how they are, performing, right? What are the metrics? What is the efficacy of sensitive relay profiles, right? How has it helped us manage ignition? So those are how we communicate, and hopefully I answered your question.
So from what I understand, I'll ask a question on behalf of WSEB. So what I understand is your fast trip program, the criteria hasn't really changed since the inception of the program. What steps, including notifications to regulatory agencies and your customer base, will be taken in case there is a change in criteria to the program?
Yeah, thank you for the question. If there is a change to our program, right, we plan on putting it in our wildfire mitigation plan. We already share the program there, but any changes and updates will be in our wildfire mitigation plan. We also plan to update our customers during the open houses, during wildfire safety fairs. We plan on also bringing it forward to venues like this, right, in workshops and presentations, and really communicate how we're changing the program if we do change the criteria or change any of our ways of implementing the program.
Okay, thank you. ESRB, do you have any questions for SDG&E?
Yes, I do. I wanted to ask, how do you touched on you have an annual process to review SRP activation criteria or the program itself. Can you go into detail what that process is, or is that the PSPS decision-making slide? Is that what that process is?
Yeah, so it's our system protection engineers look at, after each SRP enablement, look at what are the things that caused the trip, right? Usually it's a fault, right? So if a tree branch came in contact, the sensitive relay profile helped to do a quick de-energization of a particular circuit segment. So they'll look at and download the events and evaluate how well did that work, right? Did it work as it should? And in most cases, that's what will happen. If we have an undetermined outage, they'll look at that and they'll say, okay, what follow-up should we do to see if we can find the actual fault? And oftentimes they'll follow up and find the fault, right? Do additional patrols. So those types of things, and then look at the settings, look at what is it that can be maybe tweaked or refined or fine-tuned to do better at the settings for a particular circuit. But yeah, that's our process. And then through our overall PSPS post-action reports and post-action assessment, we will look at the types of things that cause the trips and try to evaluate, how did the system and the SRP enablement work and function. And in most cases, it works out fine, and we haven't had an issue. But we might change some settings based on the circuit configuration.
Thank you.
Thank you for that response. Just as a reminder, everyone speaking, please state your name and the organization or branch that you're in. SPD, do you have any questions for SDG&E?
Yes. I'm wondering about the reclosers, the fact that they're disabled all year round in the high fire threat district area. Was that a mandate that came from the commission? Can you give us a little history? And then also, has that impacted your reliability more than the SRP?
No, it's not a mandate, and it has not affected our reliability. It probably, has made it better in the sense that the reason why we disabled it is because we didn't want any re-energization, automated re-energization, because that's what that will do, of any kind of condition, so that it would cause an ignition by doing that, right? Because there's that potential, right, by re-energizing a line after a fault. So our our assessment of reclosing versus not non-reclosing, not disabling reclosing, has really shown no difference in reliability, right? It's not affected our reliability. So we've been doing this, for many years now. I think since about 2007. So it has been, pretty useful in not causing emissions. So that's why we did that.
Thank you for the response. Joint parties, do you have any questions for SDG?
Yeah, David Pepper for the joint parties. So I'm wondering about scalability of your program. Is there anything inherent in the program design that would prevent it from being scaled up to a larger service territory?
I think, different fire environment conditions would warrant, a study of whether our SRP could be applied to other areas, if that's your question. We don't think we need to expand it within our service territory outside of HFTD, but, if it were to be applied, it's similar in Edison's case, for example, but in PG&E's case, they have different fire conditions that they're looking at. For example, higher fire conditions or different fire conditions in the summertime, which we don't see in our service territory, right, as much. So that's something that would have to be studied for each area.
Okay. And just if there was a dedicated rulemaking or phase or some proceeding here, would SDG be in a position to provide details and potentially identify best practices?
Yes, we definitely, work with our, joint utility partners and are willing to work with anybody and provide our details of how we do things.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for your response to the joint parties. Energy safety, do you have any questions for SDG?
Hi, yes, this is Andy Biggs with Energy Safety, and again, asking on behalf of Joan Weber with Energy Safety. Do you enable two types of settings at the same time? For instance, could a circuit be enabled for SRP and recloser blocking at the same time?
Yes, so our recloser blocking is always enabled, right? So the recloser is disabled in HFD all the time. And so then the SRP is that additional, right? It's a different type of protection, right? Because the reclosing is prevented from, going back and re-energizing into a fault condition. But the sensitive relay profile is really to act more quickly and more sensitively when a fault does occur. I hope that makes it clear.
Yeah, that's really helpful. Thank you.
One thing else to mention, Jonathan, this is Chris. I just wanted to mention that we brought up sensitive ground fault detection, and I know PG&E mentioned it as down conductor detection, but those settings also prevent reclosing from even occurring. Even if reclosing were enabled, if it trips on sensitive ground, then it would not reclose.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah, that's a good point.
CAL FIRE, do you have any questions for SDG?
Yeah, no, it's Jeff Morris from CAL FIRE. No questions for me. Thanks for the presentation.
Thank you, Jeff.
Lastly, any questions for the SDG portion of today's workshop? Commissioner Troma?
Thank you, Jonathan. Just a very quick question. In the lead up to the fire season, I think you all put out public service announcements telling folks that there could be public fire safety shutoff and what have you. Do you also include the SRP in those?
Thank you for that question, Commissioner Shroma. We do not specifically include sensitive relay profile message in that. We do talk about our various programs and how communities can be prepared for fire season, right? but we want our messaging to be meaningful. So what we, because customers haven't seen an impact from SRP, right? If we were to communicate the sensitive relay profile with customers, then we would expect them to do some meaningful things with it or action, right? So because our sensitive relay profile outages, when they occur, are occurring because of a fault, right? They would happen anyway. So to customers, it's like a regular outage. So and it's short-lived. So we wouldn't want customers to be confused about SRP-enabled related outages versus any other outage, and say, confuse it with PSPS events, for example, and take action. So that's why we kind of limit the information more around PSPS and what happens for those longer duration outages, so customers can be more focused on that.
Thank you.
President Reynolds, do you have any comments or questions for SDG&E?
Yeah, thanks. Just a quick question. I wanted to follow up on the last comment, and you also mentioned it previously in your presentation. The concept that the outage would have happened anyway. I want to understand that a little bit better. So I understand that the outage is triggered by a fault, but is there a delta there for non-SRP? If SRP wasn't used and the SRP is used, are there some outages that would have occurred because of the more sensitive setting? And then I also understand that you're not really seeing a difference in your reliability results because of SRP, but I'm not sure then what SRP does. Is it that you could have a very small outage that normally wouldn't cause, a very small fault that wouldn't cause an outage, or is it just, explain to me a little bit more about how it's effective and what it does if given that what you're saying is that the outage would have happened anyway.
Yes, thank you for that question, Commissioner Reynolds. Yeah, it's really what we're saying is the sensitive relay profile enables for a fault condition, right, to be acted on faster, more quickly, right? So if there's a tree contact downstream of a circuit or a segment, we want that tree contact to be, that section to be de-energized more quickly, rather than that tree contact, for example, staying there and causing an ignition. So because of the sensitive relay profile setting, right, the fault that would have occurred anyway is snuffed out more quickly before it actually causes ignition. And that's why we haven't seen any ignition where we have sensitive relay profile enabled. We haven't seen any ignitions. Whereas if we didn't have the SRP enabled, right, we have about 3% of our faults end up in ignition. So that's the difference.
Got it. So the program is really just with respect to the speed of the de-energization. It's not sensitivity. Okay, I understand.
Yeah. So yeah, when we say sensitivity, it's really because it's not just fast, but it's also customized to make sure that we're catching these faults.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you all for the great questions and SDG&E for your presentation. We will now break for lunch. Instead of an hour, it will be about 32 minutes, and we will start at 1 p.m. sharp. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
Hello,
you
everyone.
for standing by, Mr. Claiborne. You may proceed.
Okay, great. Hello, everyone. We are returning from lunch now. To kick us off, the public advocates will give a presentation. IT, can you display the PAO presentation? All right, I'll hand it off.
All right. Thank you so much. My name is Justin Hagler. I am a Senior Regulatory Analyst with the Public Advocates Office at the California Public Utilities Commission. I'll be doing most of the speaking today, but this presentation was prepared by myself, Matthew Tall, and Frankie Lau. Without further ado, let's get into it. Next slide, please. So this presentation will be mostly focused on a comparison of customer impacts between PSPS and Fast Trip. We'll be doing this through an analysis of metrics, specifically customer minutes interrupted, as well as customer accounts experiencing an outage. All of this will be set against a comparison of weather conditions as defined by red flag warnings in 2019 through 2022. We'll go through a brief discussion of issues and policy recommendations that Cal Advocates has, as well as introducing some questions for a future rulemaking or other commission process. Next slide, please. So I won't belabor this too much because impacts on customers have already been well described by the joint parties and will likely be elaborated on by members of the public in the upcoming public comment section. So I'll move quickly. As part of this workshop, I read a comment in the chat from Richard Scaff that says, "Safety is more than protection from wildfires. For many vulnerable seniors and people with disabilities, your fast trip events can't be planned for and threaten their health and safety." I thought that was a really good way of really summing it up better than I could. It's really that lack of ability to prepare that causes significant disruption for customers. On the plus side, fast trip outages generally seem to be shorter than PSPS outages and only occur when a fault is actually detected, leaving customers' power on until a problem occurs. Next slide, please. So here's the data that we have on customer minutes interrupted. So in orange, you can see that these are CMI from PSPS outages, and in gray, fast trip outages. So all in all, customer minutes, the actual durations of these wildfire safety outages, which lumps in PSPS and fast trip, is decreasing across the board. But next slide, please. The actual number of accounts that are experiencing outages have skyrocketed since 2020, really. We've seen a complete shift from PSPS outages into fast trip outages. And we're seeing these outages on a magnitude that actually surpasses the 2019 PSPS events in terms of customer accounts that are actually experiencing an outage. We can see this trend for PG&E and SoCal Edison, but SCE does not follow that. Sorry, SDG&E does not follow that. Next slide, please. We took a look at red flag warnings across several territories in PG&E and Edison service territories. We wanted to take a look at how weather conditions just shaped up over the past few years and compare that to what we had in 2022. I think earlier in this presentation, Wendy asked a question about 2022 being a very favorable weather year. And the red flag warning data that we have does support that. Yeah, sorry for any background noise. Moving on. So this is a slide from a recent PG&E presentation to shareholders. And I don't want to belabor the point too much, but this just serves to show that the spectrum of conditions under which fast trip is enabled is vast. it can encompass many different scenarios that PSPS wouldn't come close to touching. So this is an area where Cal Advocates has some concerns that with fewer ignitions comes greater reliability risk. And we don't really have a good idea of how those settings are enabled or how they're applied, which is why we believe the Commission should examine these settings. Next slide, please. The restoration time for fast trip still remains an issue. It is hazardous to be without power, to put it bluntly. The Center for Disease Control recommends that food that has gone unrefrigerated for longer than 4 hours can start to pose a safety risk to customers, among many other impacts of being without power. So we wanted to take a look at, well, how long are these fast trip outages generally lasting? So if we take the sum of the data that we have for PG&E, SoCal Edison, and San Diego, we can see that for PG&E's reported fast trip outages, about a third of them last longer than 4 hours. For Edison, it's 18%, and for San Diego, it's 61%, although we'll note that San Diego's numbers from 2017 to 2022 are very low in terms of how many total fast trip outages have happened. Next slide, please. We agree that with some comments that have been made here already that PSPS events and fast trip outages are very different when it comes to the notification given. PSPS events, when conducted in compliance with Commission regulation, include multiple notifications informing customers of when that outage is going to occur, giving at least some time to prepare. As has been said extensively so far, fast trip outages are sudden and don't give such notification and time to prepare. So in 2022, SCE received 643 complaints about its PSPS program, 93% of which were categorized as general dissatisfaction, which includes hardships such as food loss. So food loss is a major issue for customers that can happen in both PSPS and fast trip. It's clear, both from the utility presentations and from their post-season PSPS surveys, that customers generally acknowledge that the utility could shut off power in the interest of public safety. However, the ability to prepare is critical for medical baseline customers, seniors, access and functional needs customers. It really is critical that people know what's coming. Next slide, please. I was encouraged to hear President Reynolds mention a sort of interim notification structure between pre-season explanations of what fast trip is and customers having to go to the utility website. Cal Advocates recommends that the utilities have a little more faith in the public's ability to understand wildfire safety outages and work to develop more real-time mid-season communications about potential fast trip conditions. So we see this as an immediate short-term recommendation that we should improve information sharing with customers in real time. If we're seeing like R4 conditions or something like that, you could say you may be more likely to experience a wildfire safety outage during the current weather conditions. I kind of liken this to chain restrictions up in the Sierra Nevada mountains, where people understand what R2, R1 chain restrictions are. It's fairly similar. Cal Advocates supports the recommendation to open a rulemaking or other track within the existing de-energization rulemaking to examine how these fast trip settings are deployed and how customer communications and outreach are managed. Based on the data we have, fast trip is approaching PSPS levels of customer impact and should be subject to common sense regulation, such as extending the monthly reporting requirements that PG&E already has to all of the utilities. We think that this is a very simple, common sense next step that would be easy to implement. Another thing we'd like to see is that for PSPS events, if the utilities can't restore power within 24 hours of the all clear, they have to report why. We think this could also be extended to fast trip outages, where if a fast trip outage lasts longer than 4 hours, the utility should explain in their monthly report why. And there could be very good reasons for this, such as a tree down on a conductor. But we think that justification would be an important metric to track. Next slide, please. So we'd like to see scoped into a future proceeding a couple of critical questions. How can the impacts of more frequent outages be mitigated for customers most vulnerable to outages, such as seniors, medical baseline, and critical care customers? How can the existing PSPS programs, which I think have also been mentioned a few times here, how can those be used to support customers during fast trip outages, especially on those circuits that are most prone to them? We should discuss where the balance point is between reliability and safety. At what point is it less safe to have the power off than it is to have the power on? We'd like to discuss what grid hardening or other technologies are available, be it grid hardening such as covered conductor or rapid earth fault current limiters. There are options out there to help mitigate lines where customers might see power outages. We'd like to see more discussion on that. From a fire science and meteorology perspective, we'd like further discussion on how the existing modeling and forecasting tools that could potentially be used for PSPS be deployed to develop fast trip thresholds. And again, how are those models validated? How do we know that they're acting correctly to prevent fires? And finally, we know that fast trip thresholds can be much lower than PSPS. Where is that balance between the health and safety hazards caused to customers by losing power balanced against the need to reduce ignition? And finally, it's not a bullet on the slide, but I'd like to request, given the amount of public feedback and input into this workshop, we've seen up to 200 people on the line, that the Commission consider allowing for formal comments after the workshop so that people can get their opinions on the record. And with that, I'd like to not take up any more time and get to public comment. Thank you so much for allowing us to speak.
Thank you, PAO, for presenting. We will now move on to the public comment portion of the workshop. If you would like to speak, as a reminder again, please press *1 and the operator will allow you to make a comment. Operator, do you have anyone in the queue for the public comment portion?
Thank you. The public comment line is now open. Our first speaker is Ariel Strauss. Your line is open.
Good afternoon. My name is Ariel Strauss. I'm Regulatory Counsel for Small Business Utility Advocates. SBUA was very involved in the prior elements of this proceeding and also has been very active in commenting on the PSPS post-event reports. One issue of extreme concern, and it seems to be entirely neglected here by the utilities, is the question of the balancing of the safety benefits of the power shutoff versus the impacts from the power shutoff. For a PSPS event, there's a requirement to determine in advance that the shutoff will, on balance, and the risk from that shutoff will be outweighed by the benefits of preventing a potential catastrophic wildfire. Here, it seems like that sort of weighing does not occur. We have not discussed how that was identified. And particularly, that would be impossible to do unless there's an analysis of what's the composition of customers on each of these segments of the distribution lines at the ultimate termination point. Are they care customers? Furthermore, from the standpoint of the public interest, what is the composition of those customers with respect to their likely losses? And without that analysis, it wouldn't be appropriate to simply outsource this to a mechanical system without doing an assessment equivalent to what's required prior to calling a PSPS. SBA has several other concerns, but want to make sure that one's highlighted as well, so it seems like it's not receiving adequate attention so far. Thank you for holding this workshop, and we look forward to seeing further action. Thank you.
Thank you for the comment. Operator, do we have any more public speakers.
Yes, thank you. Our next public comment comes from Megan Samaji. Your line is open.
Thank you. Good afternoon. This is Megan Samaji for the Joint Local Government Coalition. We represent a number of communities that have been heavily impacted by PG&E's Fast Trip program, and we also represent a number of communities that have been heavily impacted by PG&E's wildfires. As the Commission knows, the joint local governments have been strong supporters of the joint parties motion since it was initially filed last summer, and we do really appreciate that the Commission is holding this workshop. And we also want to acknowledge all of the important work that the Commission is doing in its ongoing activities related to reliability. But it is really important to understand that the joint parties asked the Commission for oversight and regulation of Fast Trip because the current activities are not addressing the problem. As we saw earlier and as we have seen throughout the course of the pleadings and the meetings addressing this motion issue, PG&E in particular is presenting a highly sanitized narrative of the scope and the impact of its outages. It's using averaged outage data, total customer counts, and it allows a picture of the issue to emerge that is not actually focusing on the customers who are impacted. And as we saw from the joint parties presentation, that is over 700,000 individual unique customer accounts just in 2022. That is a massive on-the-ground impact and has imposed significant real-life burdens on these customers. It's also clear from PG&E's Fast Trip outage reports that the scope of the program is not appropriately calibrated to the wildfire risk reduction that PG&E is reporting. We are seeing, thousands of outages for a very small comparative number of avoided ignitions. Cal Advocate data on the weather patterns compared to the volume of Fast Trip outages really also underscores that PG&E's program, and it appears potentially Edison's as well, are not calibrated appropriately to actually size the impacts to the potential risk reduction. We're also deeply concerned that PG&E only anticipates a 2% year-over-year Fast Trip reduction, because that suggests either an increase in the anticipated number of outages or a lack of meaningful improvement, and neither scenario is acceptable going into 2023. We do, again, want to reiterate our support for the joint parties motion, as well as for Cal Advocate's recommendation that the Commission formally examine the large utilities Fast Trip program. And we strongly support Cal Advocate's list of further questions that need to be explored. And we would also endorse Cal Advocate's recommendation to allow stakeholder comments on the workshop. And of course, throughout the course of any formal proceeding that the Commission opens. So again, just want to reiterate our appreciation for the Commission holding this workshop, and also really underscore that the work on this issue cannot stop here. So, thank you.
Thank you for that comment. Do we have any other public speakers?
Yes, our next speaker is Connie Arnold. Your line is open.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yes, I'm a longtime disability rights advocate, over 30 plus years, and living as a person with a disability using an electric wheelchair. And this Fast Trip issue is a real serious issue. It's a life and death issue for persons with disabilities and vulnerable seniors to have the power go out without any warning. You never know where that person is going to be at the moment that that power shutoff happens. And it could mean the inability to even get out of bed. It could mean the ability to breathe and have it shut off and no way to, get a backup oxygen or deal with your ventilator or your adjustable bed or your, refrigerated medications. It's a very serious issue. And I don't think that your presentations are doing justice other than minimizing the reality for individuals with disabilities that are faced with being told, pack your bags and leave, or prepare on your own, or go to the hospital. The hospitals are already overcrowded. They can't accept people. People don't have transportation in emergency situations. In many cases, individuals have multiple caregivers, and their caregivers might not even be there at the time that the electric shutoff happens. It's a dire consequence, what you're talking about, to have an event without notification for the system to just shut off your power, just like that. You may die. A man on oxygen already died. 9 people died, according to the wildfire statistics that happened last year, and it's no longer just wildfires. PG&E has become a joke because if you live in a PG&E territory or any of these for-profit territories, God forbid, your power is going to go out and you don't know for how long and what you're going to be subject to, having to leave your home, all of your mobility equipment, go to a place that's not familiar, that's difficult for you if you can even get there, because you may be reliant, like I said, on caregivers, and there's no readily accessible transportation. Paratransit requires, a day to 2 days advance notice. Isn't always available to help everybody in a disaster situation. And you really need to focus on, one, I've asked for it in the chat. I want a list of all of your tier 1, tier 2, and 3 wildfire zones, which is insufficient because you're just talking about power outages in wildfire zones when you should be looking at what has happened to us this winter with the power being out, and it's not just wildfires. So, and also the fact that you have a map. Many people with visual disabilities can't read your map, and without a list of what places are impacted under this wildfire map, nobody knows who or anything about applying for the self-generation incentive program for your 2 residential backup batteries, which is really the only way that a person can have continuous power for the number of days that the outages are out these days. It's not just a few hours, and it's not just the CPAP machine. So the batteries of the program that was touted as serving the needs with $5 million given to California Foundation for Independent Living Centers to solve the problem of the disabled is insufficient. It doesn't meet the needs. So I would ask you to start simplifying the application process for the SGIP. I would ask you to please ensure that it's more simple, it's clear how people can participate out in that program. Be sure to make sure they're low-income individuals who are in rentals, which many people are, have access to that program, and that that there's a way to ensure that it doesn't go to well owners, the funds for the backup residential batteries. So there needs to be improvements to the grid and less emphasis on rewarding CEOs of PG&E and the for-profit utilities with millions of dollars of ratepayer money, as well as the taxes you're taxing us constantly on increasing the rates, which are outrageous. So I hope that you'll address these issues and ensure the health, welfare, and safety of individuals with disabilities and seniors, unlike you've done now, and that you do something to improve the grid network and stop having it be a system where, oh, wow, we have an adverse impact now. Now we have to do something instead of banking our money, paying bonuses to CEOs and to the shareholders, and start working on addressing the real problems that face Californians and Americans. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the comments. Do we have any other public speakers?
At this time, we have no additional speakers in queue.
Okay. We still have a little bit of time remaining, especially during the public comment portion. Ray from SCE would like to address one of the issues that were brought up earlier. Ray, are you still on the line?
Ray, you're on mute. You're still on mute. Do we lose you on telephone? Let's see.
Ray, are you called into the speaker line? Yeah.
Could you press *0, Ray, to see if you can get a hold of the operator, just in case?
Operator, can you open it up for people that have speaker privileges and close public comment? Operator?
So it looks like there's another member of the public that wants to comment, Richard Scaff.
Sure. One moment, please. Can Richard hit *0 so I can join him to the queue? Richard, your line is now open.
Well, thank you. That was interesting. My name is Richard Scaff. I'm the Executive Director of a 501c3 California nonprofit called Designing Accessible Communities. I've been involved since 2019 in the issues of PSPS events and now Fast Trip. And I am just appalled. Even today, with the discussion provided, overwhelming discussion by the three electric utilities, for-profit electric utilities, clearly showed that there's no consistent fast trip rules for electric utilities. What's going on? Why isn't the CPUC doing anything about this? They need to set standards that are met by the three for-profit electric utilities, and they have not done that. The medical baseline program that the electric utilities have, if anybody believes that they include every single vulnerable senior and person with a disability who needs the benefits of that program, they're sadly mistaken. They don't have everybody. I continually hear from people across the state, what is the medical baseline program, Richard? I know nothing about that. We need to get that resolved. We need real change and real solutions to what has been allowed by the CPUC when they voted to give the 3 electric utilities the right to do PS events, and now Fast Trip. We need to have a way for the CPUC to educate the disability and vulnerable senior populations, not the AFN. We are not access and functional needs people. We are people with disabilities, or we are vulnerable seniors, or we're both. And we need the CPUC to make very simple the process for getting the 2 Tesla type, I'm not saying Tesla, but the Tesla type permanently installed residential batteries. I know that's the solution because I have those on my home, and they work. During these Fast Trip and previously the PSPS events, my wife and I don't even notice that there's been an outage while our neighbors are all without power. So you already put $1 billion into this SGIP fund, commissioners. Do something to help the people that need those batteries get them. We have a lack of on-call, 7-day, 24-hour transportation, wheelchair-accessible transportation. I have never had any communication from my local independent living center in Sonoma County or Marin about that. Why not? Calling into paratransit means that I have to make a reservation for some time in the future. What happens when we need it now, today? We have had less PSPS events, and you know why? Because PSPS events cost the electric utilities money. Fast Trip, they still have to have crew go out with you. It's PSPS or Fast Trip, but they don't have to spend a dime on warning their ratepayers about an impending power outage as they would with the PSPS events. There's a very simple reason, a fiscal reason for that. It's saving them huge amounts of money. And we have the 3 electric, I can't speak to the Southern California electric utilities, the for-profit utilities, but I know about PG&E opening charging sites and saying, well, show up and you can get warm if you need. We will have the facility heated. We'll have water. We'll have charging locations for all of your equipment. Oh, how do I get there? I don't know how to do that. And by the way, I don't know anything about who to contact about getting a hotel room. We had a PSPS event in 2022 where a very close friend who's now passed away, who lived in Grayton, we had a mass evacuation of West Sonoma County. And we were told to leave West Sonoma County because of possible wildfires. That person had to drive all the way to Daly City to find a hotel that had a wheelchair-accessible hotel room. And, I called the Board of Supervisors and I said, will you do something about letting the hotel-motel industry know that they need to keep the 5% fully accessible, wheelchair-accessible hotel rooms available for those and not sell them to the general public? And you know what they told me? Oh, you should do that, Mr. Scaff. That's my role. What about the CPUC? What about PG&E and the other 2 electric utilities? We still do not have a mitigation program because neither the CPUC or the 3 electric utilities did any analysis of the real electrical needs that the vulnerable senior and disability statewide communities need. So they threw these Yeti batteries at us that might keep a CPAP machine operating for a couple of hours, not the other kind of major medical equipment or mobility equipment that has a lot greater electricity demand than what a Yeti 3000 can provide. And PG&E was so pleased with that, $5 million to buy all those. Well, that's great. What did PG&E spend on its attorneys last year or the year before? The outside attorneys and the inside. I hear there was an amount of about $250 million for attorneys, and they say we should be really pleased that they gave us $5 million for Yeti batteries that don't serve the disability and vulnerable senior population. And by the way, although Alice Stebbins tried to get the telephonic companies like AT&T to provide batteries at all of their cell towers, that's not happened. There are still locations within the state when our electric utility turns off power to their grid, that we don't have the only tool for communication. Our cell phone won't work. What do we do then? We can't even call 911 to get the fire department to come out and help us. You, in your lack of oversight, CPUC commissioners, have put in jeopardy the lives of thousands of people with disabilities and vulnerable seniors, and you should be ashamed. You should also be ashamed that you're holding a workshop today and you're not providing captioning or sign language. Where is Mr. Cho, your ADA coordinator? Did he review your plans to do this workshop to make sure that the workshop would be fully accessible as required by the Americans with Disabilities Act? No, he didn't, clearly. If you can't fix your own home, CPUC, how can we expect you to fix the electric utilities or any of the other for-profit utilities you're supposed to be fixing and overseeing to protect ratepayers? Thank you.
Thank you. And just a reminder, if you would like to leave a comment, please press *1 at this time. Our next speaker is Lori Parlin. Your line is open.
Hi, everyone. This is Lori Parlin, El Dorado County Supervisor, which is one of the counties that has been hit hard by the fast trip switch outages. Thank you, commissioners, for holding this workshop and for hearing our comments. This is the third time that I've provided comments on behalf of El Dorado County residents regarding the negative impacts of the fast trip switch program and the need to regulate the program. Please put rules on the fast trip switch program and clear expectations on the utilities to reduce the number of those outages. I've had residents contact my office from all over the county and say that the frequent unplanned outages are not just an inconvenience. They are devastating to their small businesses and detrimental to the health of our medically frail residents. There is no way for people to plan for outages that are unannounced and have no end in sight. I've been told that it is like living in a third world country and that people honestly like PSPSs better, which we all used to dislike those so much, but at least there's a plan for that. So please put rules on the fast trip switch program and clear expectations on the utilities to reduce the number of fast trip switch outages so that our communities are no longer terrorized, and I do mean terrorized, by the uncertainty and risks to public health caused by the EPSS program. Thank you.
Thank you for that comment. Do we have any other speakers in queue?
Oops. What happened?
Operator, do we have any other speakers in queue?
Yes, our next speaker is Walter Park. Your line is open.
Thank you. I thank you for holding this hearing. I'd like to thank the supervisor who just spoke, who knows that there are hundreds of people just in that one area who need SGIP to actually work for them, need continuous power, which given the failures of the transmission and distribution system means local power, which as Mr. Scaff said means batteries large enough to get you through something. Even I don't live in a remote area where we have long lines that go down. I live in a small city where lines go down all the time. That's San Francisco, about a kilometer from your headquarters, CPUC. Yesterday, the traffic lights were down, and my cafe was out of business for 3/4 of a day because there was an outage. The wind blows and the rains come, and the power goes off. And we can call them acts of God, but we have known for 30 years that these acts of God were going to increase through human action, and we didn't prepare. Okay, so now we're stuck. SGIP is one place to start. Outreach to people with disabilities is very important. I don't see that happening. The ILCs cannot really do that. They serve their membership, but their membership is a tiny fraction of people with physical and mental disabilities in California who have needs for electric power. I really don't want to speak today because I didn't want to repeat myself. Everything I've just now said, I've said to your staff and your executive director and some commissioners in the last couple of years. I hear the same kind of weariness in the voices of other people who are testifying. Yes, you need to make a change. Maybe newspaper reporters need to pay more attention. Maybe the legislature needs to pay more attention. The tiny details of this don't matter anymore. The PowerPoint presentations on PG&E in blue and yellow with the word safety on after every comma don't matter. You have some big problems here to solve. And thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
For your
And
time.
at this
Operator, do we have anyone else in the public comment queue?
Thank you. At this time, we have no additional questions in the queue.
Ray from SCE, are you still on the line? Operator, can you open up the line for people that have speaker access?
All speakers at this time their lines are open.
Okay. I guess we're having audio issues with Ray, so we'll move on to closing remarks. Do the commissioners have any final comments today? Commissioner Sharma?
Thank you. Thank you, Stephen. And thank you to all of the presenters, the members from the public who have been listening and putting comments and questions in the chat, and to the folks who provided oral comments today. Very, very informative. I really appreciate everyone's efforts to provide further insights, whether it's the utilities, the members of the public, members from local government. I know that these will all be taken into consideration in assessing the next steps. But I do think that indeed a balance must be struck. I know the efforts will be geared towards that in terms of, on one hand, preventing wildfires, which can be just horrendous. But meanwhile, I'm not going overboard in terms of what it means for the experience of outages, how long it takes to re-energize. And I know that there are many folks who are looking to problem solve for a better future. So thank you for the opportunity to participate and listen to the workshop. Thank you.
President Reynolds?
Thank you, Stephen. I also wanted to thank the presenters today and the members of the public who provided comments. I also wanted to thank our sister agencies who participated today, I really appreciated the questions from CAL FIRE and the Office of Energy Infrastructure Safety. So thank you, both of those agencies, for being represented here today. There's clearly a lot more to do, and I think that one thing this workshop highlighted is not just the PUC's process, which we will continue. We'll take a look at all of the comments from the workshop today, and we'll be working on next steps, but also the other pieces that are related to the specific issues regarding the fast trip programs that we've been talking about, both with respect to larger reliability concerns and the issues that cause outages, not just from fire conditions and high wind activities, but also from winter storms. And then related issues on wildfire safety in general, which OEIS spends a lot of time thinking about and working on. And I think we also have the Wildfire Safety Board represented today. Their work is also very important. CAL FIRE's work, obviously, and then local governments and first responders. Everybody I know is engaged and active, and so I think it helps the PUC do our jobs to think about all those pieces and hear all of the problems and the concerns, and then think about how we can do better. We have a couple of other proceedings that I think are touch on this issue as well. You heard a lot about the SCHIP program. That's another proceeding at the PUC. We also have our general rate case processes for all of the 3 utilities that you heard from today. And so there are many opportunities to consider this issue and take efforts to improve the current situation, which we understand has many, many problems as we've heard today. So thank you very much for this workshop. I appreciated all of the contributions, and I look forward to the follow-up. Thank you.
Thank you, President Reynolds. I just wanted to thank everyone for presenting and attending today. Special thank you to IT. We will take all the information learned from this workshop and generate next steps. Thank you, everyone. This now concludes this workshop.